Then you're good.
Okay. Awesome. Well, thank you everybody for coming. Awesome. Wonderful. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today. We will begin our meeting at 9:03. And with that, Executive Director Ross, will you please do the roll call?
President Haley,
Here.
Vice President Hagerman,
Here.
Superintendent Horn, Member Catanese,
Here.
Dr. Clay,
Here.
Dr. Cruz Rivera is not with us today, Dr. Hightower,
Here.
Member Kravickas, and for the first time, Member Haney. President Haley, you have a quorum.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. With that, I guess the meeting is, I just said the thing. Sorry. Our first order of business is election of officers for 2026. So with that, Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. To open this meeting, the board will be presented with the slate of candidates for president and vice president for 2026, which were voted upon by the nominating committee, consisting of Member Catanese, Dr. Clay, and Member Kravickas, who met just prior to this meeting. And thank you to those three members for being willing to serve on that committee. The slate of candidates prepared by the nominating committee consists of Member Haley as president, Dr. Hagerman as vice president. Board members may vote for the candidates selected by the nominating committee or may offer up alternative selections. Do any board members have any recommendations for board leadership at this time? Hearing none, board members will use paper ballots to vote for the president and vice president of the State Board of Education for 2026. Members who are in attendance virtually will be sent an electronic ballot. For those of you who are in person, please sign your ballot upon its completion. And then Jessica from our team will come and collect them, count them, and we will announce president and vice president for the year. We'll take just a moment to do that. If you've completed your ballot, you can raise your hand and Jessica will come and collect it. President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, we have unanimous votes for President Haley to remain President Haley and Vice President Hagerman to remain Vice President Hagerman. Thank you both for an amazing year of service, and we're super excited to have that continue.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Well, I'm super excited. Thank you all for your support. I think Dr. Hagerman and I have appreciated our ability to serve you all, and we have no doubt that we have exciting things ahead. First, I just want to take a few minutes to acknowledge a few things. First, we're so excited to have you, Member Haney, for joining us from Eastern Arizona College. Thank you so much for your willingness to step up. As others know, Dr. Kaur often said it's a great day to be a matador. Perhaps you might say it's a great day to be a monster. But for those that are with us, he is a respected college communicator and community leader. He became the 22nd president of Eastern Arizona College on May 16th, which is my sister's birthday. 2018, and he has a heritage of close ties to the Gila Valley, where his family has lived for several generations, which is just incredible. He was born in Morenci and graduate of Thatcher High School. He's a proud alumnus of Eastern Arizona College, and just a true institution that has helped ignite his passion for learning and has truly defined his career path. In addition, beyond his duties at EIC, President Haney serves on the Arizona Community College Coordinating Council and also is a commissioner for the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education. In addition to acknowledging Member Haney's presence with us, as many of you all know, we've lost one of our current board members as well as one of our longtime board members. Dr. Kathy Webke was just with us for about 9 months, and our hearts are really, really heavy. As you all know, she dedicated more than 4 decades to public education in Arizona. She was an exceptional educator, respected leader, and a tireless advocate for high-quality teaching. Many of you know that she was the first in our state as a national board-ified teacher, and we'll be able to hear from them later today. She led the Northern Arizona University's K-12 Center. She was consistently elevated the profession and helped champion educators statewide. We know that Dr. Webke's wisdom, integrity, and deep care for students were evident in every role she had, including her service on the board. And so her thoughtfulness and her insight will definitely be missed. Over the holidays, we also lost longtime board member Dr. Cal Baker. His legacy was one of visionary leadership and lasting impact. He led a single school in Vail and then went on to guide one of Arizona's fastest growing school districts. He devoted his career to expanding opportunity for students and supporting educators. And during his service on the state board, he played a vital role in shaping key statewide initiatives and policies, and always focused on student success and accountability. We know that his work has touched thousands of lives in Arizona's teachers, students, and families, and we know that his steady leadership lives an enduring mark on our state. So I do want to also acknowledge that Dr. Webke, we do have an Apple Award for her, and we'll be sending that to her family. But before I close, I know that a number of board members were very close to the members, both Dr. Webke and Dr. Baker. So if anyone would like to make a few brief remarks, please let me know. Dr. Hightower.
Thank you so much, President Haley. Yes, they will both be sorely missed in our state, and we need to celebrate them in the highest manner. I was always so struck with Dr. Webke's perfect balance of really elevating the profession and at the same time having the highest of expectations. So we'll definitely miss her. And as of Superintendent Baker, he was always so encouraging and supportive. And just like Dr. Webke, he always had the highest of expectations, but I know 15 years ago when I became superintendent, he was right there to support the work, not only in his district, but statewide. So they will both be sorely missed. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share a few words.
Any other members?
I'll say something as part of this president's report, I suppose, unless you think I should do it separately.
You're welcome to do for a second right now.
Yeah, it was a big blow to me when Kathy Webke had her untimely passing. I served 24 years on the Paradise Valley School Board, where she was a teacher and then a principal, and I knew her well in both capacities. And I watched her encourage other teachers to become board certified teachers. And they all complained bitterly about how hard the work was, but it made them into better teachers. I wrote a letter to the Education Committee urging them, including the Republicans on the Education Committee, urging them to confirm both Kathy Webke and Dr. Hightower, because they've both been very thoughtful and constructive members of the board, and I think they deserve to be confirmed. I'll really miss Kathy Webke. We were pretty good friends.
Dr. Clay.
Good morning, President of the Board and everybody there. What I'd like to say is that they both were available. They both were available when you needed an ear. They were available to share wisdom, and they were both wonderful mentors. A lot of times, people like these two, you don't know what they do in the back end. And I was really blessed to have both of their ears when I needed, and they will both be sorely missed. Thank you.
Anybody else? Member Katniss.
I just want to say I think that our state, our kids, our community is going to be worse off without them, but their legacies are so strong and can be felt. As a member of the Arizona K-12 board as well, you can't not see Kathy in all of this work. You can't not see her championing teachers and students. And I think that with their legacies, it is a tribute that not only is going to touch, all the lives of kids and teachers and parents and families now, but for many, many, many generations. And so if it's also okay, I would just like to have a moment of silence for them too.
Thank you all so much for making those comments. And with that, it's now time for the superintendent's report.
Well, this is School Choice Week, where we celebrate school choice. I've been an advocate for school choice ever since I was in the legislature, when I advocated for charter schools, and as chair of a conference committee, killed a bill that would have limited the growth of charter schools. I thought parents should have as few or as many as they want. During my past 3 years, this time in the Office of State Superintendent of Schools, we have increased the number of participants in ESAs from 11,000 to over 100,000. We still have 1,200,000 in public schools, so they're not a challenge to public schools. But if parents feel that the local public school is not meeting the child's need, they should have a choice. We have a family with 3 children, 2 of whom are doing just fine in the local public school, but one of whose needs are not being met. And so the parents, under the current situation, are able to find a school that does meet that child's needs. And I've always felt I have a difficulty understanding how anyone would feel The parents should not have that right unless they're so immersed in ideology that they forget about the needs and the interests of the students. The students should be in whatever setting meets their needs best for their education. And this is School Choice Week. It's time to celebrate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I would like to yield to Executive Director Ross for your report, and often the best part of the meeting.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. This is the best part of the meeting. It's my favorite part of the meeting. As you all know, but I'll do a quick reset since it's the first meeting of the new year. The state board has a Student of the Month program in which we seek nominations of amazing kiddos from across the state in areas of academics, athletics, service, character. Basically, we have over 1 million amazing children in the state who are doing amazing things. And it's such an honor to be able to honor them, to recognize them. And we have 2 such kiddos with us today. I say kiddos, they're both senior, they're senior and a junior, so maybe that bristles, but I'm old enough that until they graduate college, they're kiddos to me. And so we have 2 great kids with us today. Up first is going to be Emmanuel Camacho, who is an 11th grade student at Gila Ridge High School in Yuma County. He was nominated by teacher Gregory Brown. Emmanuel began school as an EL student and passed Azella during the 5th grade, is an AVID program participant since middle school and is now the AVID High School president for the 2nd year in a row. He helped develop a campus culture that values secondary education, has participated in dual enrollment since freshman year at Arizona Western College, and has earned his associate's degree. He aspires to go to law school and work as an immigration and family lawyer. Emmanuel, come on up.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Inviting me to your guys' meeting. Like he introduced me already, little brief introduction. My name is Emmanuel Camacho. I'm a junior in high school. I'm the president for the AVID Club. I'm also a student worker at Gila Ridge High School, and I'm a college student, Arizona Western College, where I recently received my associate's degree in administration of justice. I'm currently working on my bachelor's degree under NAU, hoping to finishing around December. But due to challenges that I can't go under them due to my high school diploma, but thanks to my mentors, that both of them are here today, Mr. Payne and Mr. Brown. Mrs. Payne always helping me push forward, see the bright side, find a solution to my challenges, and Mr. Brown, the one that I'm here for, which I'm really thankful for, finding ways to help me. And honestly, it means a lot the way that I come from a Hispanic household. My roots are from Jalisco and Sinaloa. And my first language was Spanish, not English. So that's for the struggle. And the university saying no to me was like where I stopped. I was like, okay, I can't afford a university right now. I was only able to afford college. But he's like, no, give me a few days. I'm gonna help you. Let me see what I can do. In a week, I got a solution. I found a college that would take me, and he's helping me find funds to afford it. And recently, NAU reached out. They're willing to work with me with the 90/30 program, where I'll be receiving my bachelor's degree in criminal justice. And I'm the person, my parents raised me to be the person to do everything for a reason. All my sacrifices for a reason. Obviously, my sleepless nights, stress all day, managing my time wisely. It's for my future. Obviously, I'll be graduating high school with my bachelor's degree, so I'll be able to go straight into law school. Dream school, Stanford. Locally would be ASU Law, where I want to pursue family law and immigration, and hopefully down the road, become a judge or even have my own law firms around Arizona. And hopefully once I'm settled down, once I'm working, go back to school and pursue my doctorates in justice. So those are my future plans, and I really appreciate you guys all for having me here today.
Excuse me, There's a lady at the door and there are seats in the front row here. Man. Oh, she's with you. Okay.
I was just informing Emmanuel. That's just so happens the president of NAU is on our board. So we'll share an email with Emmanuel and Dr. Cruz Rivera. So up next, we have another amazing kid. Rain Dimaliwat, I'm so sorry if I said your last name incorrectly, is a 12th grade student at Blue Ridge High School in Navajo County, was nominated by Counselor Denise London. Rain is number one in her class with a 4.0 unweighted GPA, is taking AP and dual enrollment courses, captain of the varsity track team, treasurer of the National Honor Society, student council vice president and treasurer, served as a historian on the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, and is an active community volunteer, coordinates reading programs for elementary students, classroom assistant, and tutor for special education students, and serves at her church. She's also a martial arts student and junior instructor in some kind of spare time, I guess, and is accompanied by family and also the superintendent of Blue Ridge, Jonathan Roloff. Rain, why don't you come on up?
Good morning, everyone. President, Superintendent, board members. It's truly an honor to be here and to be receiving this award today. Before I begin, I would like to sincerely thank the Arizona State Board of Education for this recognition. I also want to thank my parents, who have been my biggest inspiration throughout my high school career and who have supported me in literally every single one of the activities I've pursued. My brother for being my biggest cheerleader, Superintendent Roloff, and Principal Grace for their support, and everyone who has encouraged me these past 4 years. My name is Rainelika Dimaliwat, and I'm a senior at Blue Ridge High School in Pinetop Lakeside, a town in the beautiful White Mountains. Blue Ridge is a small rural high school, but that's one of the reasons why I love it most, because it has such a small population. The teacher to student ratio is also pretty small. So I've seen students supported and genuinely cared for. If a student needs help, there will be a teacher or staff member who steps in. And I have always personally felt supported by my school, and that's really encouraged me to give back to my school and to the community. Throughout my high school career, I have built a strong academic foundation for myself, but I truly believe that gifts that aren't used to help others are gifts that are put to waste. So one of the most meaningful experiences of my life happened when I volunteered in the special education classroom, and I had the opportunity to tutor other students in math, which has been my favorite subject since before I can remember. It definitely wasn't always easy, but watching a student brighten when they finally understood like a difficult concept that they were struggling with was it really made the challenge worth it. And it reminded me that my hard work is made worthwhile because I can help other students achieve their own academic goals. I'm also involved in various extracurricular activities, like he mentioned, serving as officers of National Honor Society, senior class and student body, an athlete in cross country, track and field, and martial arts, a member of our school's varsity jazz choir, and a volunteer at my church in the local library. I also co founded a nonprofit where we fill backpacks with basic necessities and give them to students in need, which has been a super meaningful and eye opening experience for me. Growing up, I remember going to a ton of local events like the town Easter egg hunt and the Christmas tree lighting and like library story time, which were definitely all core parts of my childhood. And I'm really proud to be able to give back to the community that raised me through everything that I'm involved in. In the fall, I plan to attend an Arizona university to study neuroscience and cognitive sciences and physics, and possibly biological and biomedical sciences. My goal is to one day become a pediatric neurosurgeon and contribute to research in pediatric neuroimaging models. I really want to be part of scientific breakthroughs that help improve how well these brain models can be used across different ages and diseases for children, especially for serious neurological conditions, so that my future patients in Arizona can receive safer and more effective care. My community has given me all of these amazing opportunities, and I am proud to be able to give back through my service. Thank you so much again for recognizing me and for the opportunity to receive this award.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, that concludes the executive director's report for today.
Great, thank you. And gosh, very impressive students doing incredible things. So thank you so much to Shannon and Sean and the rest of the team for your work in finding these amazing young people. Arizona's in great hands. So with now, we are going to move to item 3. This is the call to the public. This is an item for the public to comment on items listed on the consent agenda or the general session. Members of the public may also address topics that are not on today's agenda. Please note that Arizona law prohibits the board from discussing or take legal action on matters raised during the call to the public that are not on the current meeting agenda. Each speaker has 2 minutes to address the board during this 1-hour public comment period. Furthermore, members are not allowed to cede their time to another speaker, and personal attacks are not appropriate. And with that, Deputy Director Duplanty, do we have any members requesting to speak?
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, yes, we do. First up is Bella Ayala, followed by Beth Hatcher, followed by Alex Leonard. Bella? No Bella. How about Beth Hatcher?
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. My name is Beth Hatcher, retired educator, retired governing board member, and president in the Cave Creek Unified School District. I'm a member of the Council for Native American Ministry within the Episcopal Diocese of Arizona. I'm here today respectfully asking that 4 modifications be made to the history and social science standards. The addition of the doctrine of discovery, naming Native American genocide, inserting the word forced as it relates to migration, and add Indigenous Peoples Day where holidays are named. Today, I'll focus on the doctrine of discovery. The doctrine, a series of papal bulls, gave Christian explorers the right to claim undiscovered lands and dehumanize non-Christian residents of these lands. Over time, the doctrine has become a set of societal norms and policies upon which the Supreme Court has issued rulings and upon which Native American land laws are based. Today, Native peoples, citizens of this country, now fear abduction and detention, which caused the president of Navajo Nation to issue this statement, quote, "Access to identification and vital records is not a luxury. It is a basic necessity for protecting our citizens' rights, safety, and dignity," unquote. Why are Native people still being treated as the other? The victor writes the narrative, but our students should be taught a historically truthful narrative. When educational standards are incomplete, the effect is to raise up students who continue to live within social constructs which are partially true. Students learn what the state deems important. It is incumbent upon the board to include the doctrine of discovery in the standards. Ask yourselves, who's telling the story and who's left out? You and I have been taught from a single perspective, an incomplete story. In Arizona, let's provide an accurate narrative by teaching the doctrine of discovery. Let's not fear the truth, as uncomfortable as it may be. In Arizona, let's raise up students who can think critically by considering all historical documents as they pertain to policies and laws. In Arizona, let's make those content-relevant modifications now. If we're not willing to teach the truth today, then when? Thank you.
Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up is Alex Leonard, followed by Gail Quackenbush, followed by Jeanette Aldana Perry. Alex?
Good morning. My name is Alex Leonard. I'm also a member of the Council for Native American Ministry commissioned by the Episcopal Diocese of Arizona, and I'm the Canon for Justice for the diocese. I'm here today to respectfully ask that the Arizona History and Social Science standards be modified to include the following: that the doctrine of discovery be explicitly named, as are the Constitution, Manifest Destiny, and the Mayflower Compact. The doctrine of discovery is current legal legislation that is cited for decisions in courts across our country. It is about understanding the legal framework that still governs land rights cases in Arizona and nationwide today. The standards already mention genocide and specifically name the Holocaust. I request that Native American genocide also be included. Academic integrity requires that we apply the same specificity to genocide that has taken place on our soil. That Indigenous Peoples Day be named alongside other federal holidays named in the standards, such as Columbus Day and Thanksgiving. Students learning about American civic life should understand the holidays and observances our federal government recognizes, just as they learn about other federal holidays in the standards. And last, when describing Native American migration across these lands, I also asked for the phrase forced migration to be included. The Indian Removal Act, the Long Walk of the Navajo, and other relocations were legally mandated government actions, not voluntary movements. If the board values academic excellence in college or career readiness, these changes serve those goals. Avoiding these changes would make the standards less academically rigorous and leave Arizonian students less prepared than their peers in other states. If you want to choose academic strength, respect for the past, and equip the children of our state with these lessons of the past for our collective future, then please modify the standards to include these 4 recommendations. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up is Gail Quackenbush, followed by Jeanette Aldana Perry, followed by Michael Clark. Gail? Gail,
Hello?
yep, go ahead.
you. Good morning, Superintendent Horn, President Haley, and distinguished board. My name is Gail Quackenbush, and I live in Tucson, Arizona, in Pima County, and I'm following my two other speaker colleagues. It's my great fortune and privilege to serve on the Native American Ministry Advocacy Committee, which is a true collaboration between Indigenous and non-Native people. As lifelong learners ourselves, we've taken up the mission to provide practical assistance in areas like education and community development while respecting Native American culture and traditions. My statement today is to support this team and plant a seed that will have an impact on our students' worldview of the same. We serve Arizona, which is 22 federally recognized Native American tribes and is a state with 6th highest percentage of its population identifying as American Indian. So what are we requesting? You already heard about the doctrine of discovery. It's not really mentioned in the Arizona State educational standards of teaching resources, although some work has already been done in that regard. And it's rooted in 15th century religious law and was adopted by the US to justify colonization. So the resulting federal policies and property laws that decimated indigenous populations of original peoples by way of subterfuge, military might, and forced migration to unknown lands are still in effect in the law books today. Although it's not a law, it is a doctrine that's followed. Teachers are tasked with having students explore justice and debate issues, especially those that continue to negatively impact Indigenous people. Having young people acknowledge the doctrine is to secure a place in the American psyche that we really did engineer a pogrom and empower this new breed of leaders to not only avoid doing the same, but stand on the side of human justice. So I respectfully request that on your next review of the Arizona State Educational Standards for American History and Social Science, that you add the bullet points called Doctrine of Discovery, North America Native Americans under the study of genocide, forced migration, and Indigenous Peoples Day be mentioned. In so doing, we'll be covering all history, allowing students as future leaders to lead justly and be the change that together we want to see in the world. Thank you very much.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up is Jeanette Aldana Perry, followed by Michael Clark, followed by Susie Mast. Jeanette?
Good morning. My name is Jeanette Aldana Perry, and I am from Casa Grande, District 16. As Superintendent Horn mentioned, this week is National School Choice Week, and in that spirit, I would like to share a few thoughts about the ESA program and make several respectful requests of the board. I am a parent of 4 ESA students, and I am deeply grateful for ESA and the opportunity it provides family like mine to take an active, accountable role in our children's education. As discussions continue around Prop 123 and its future, I respectfully ask the board to consider supporting Prop 123 only if its language explicitly protects and supports the ESA program. ESA families are not separate from Arizona's education system. We are part of it. Any education funding measure should recognize and preserve educational choice alongside support for public schools. Today, there are more than 100,000 ESA students across Arizona, which means this program is no longer small or peripheral. Because of its size and impact, I respectfully ask the board to place ESA as a standing item on the monthly Board of Education agenda so that ongoing implementation issues, accountability questions, and program improvements can be addressed transparently and consistently.
Especially after those.
I would also like to share what ESA looks like in real life for my family. Despite what some news outlets or government officials have suggested, my husband and I have not purchased diamond jewelry, high-end clothing, lingerie, furniture, or televisions with taxpayer dollars. Instead, just this month alone, our children have participated in horseback riding lessons, gymnastics, a weekly homeschool co-op, theater performances, soccer, and speech therapy. These are not extras or luxuries. They are meaningful educational opportunities that support physical health, creativity, discipline, teamwork, confidence, and social development. The ESA program has been described publicly as the ESA Entitlement Program. I would respectfully urge the board to remember that behind that word are real children and real families, families who are educating responsibly, saving funds, meeting accountability requirements, and using ESA exactly as it was intended. ESA is not an entitlement program. For families like mine, it is a long-term investment in our children and in Arizona's future. God bless you all, and thank you for your time, your service, and for listening.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up is Michael Clark, followed by Susie Mast, followed by Katie McPherson. Michael?
You're on? Oh, okay, thank you. President Haley, Superintendent Horn, board. My name is Michael Clark, live in Gilbert. I'm a graduate of NAU, and back then they said to be educated is to be more human. And I'm a Gold Axe member up there as well. So anyway, the reason why I'm here is to actually inform you of something. There's a program called PCMP. It's a permanent change to your structural aspect of payroll. And I'm making you just aware of what I'm doing at all across all the different scoreboards going on right now. Basically, what you're doing is your school boards and all employers as well are overpaying their matching FICA tax. So for the state of Arizona, I did the numbers. We can put 72 million back into your operating budget at the school board level. And on top of that, my company is going to donate $7 million that can actually be used for discretionary income for supplies, financial assistance, whatever they see that they seem to be fit to use it for. As an example, I've done the presentations to Chandler. We can put in Chandler about $3.2 million back into their operating budget, a little over $1 million back into the operating budget of Cartwright. As just to use those as an example, I can go down the list forever. But basically, this program also does a benefit to employees. It gives them a lower taxable income. It gives them extra 213D compliant benefits that are actually at no charge, no premium, no deductible, no zero participation costs, and all W-2 employees. So that includes not only the teachers, that includes the cafeteria worker, that includes the bus driver. All those employees would receive on an conservative basis bump in pay between $85 to $185 based on a monthly basis. Okay, so with that, I just want to make you aware of what I'm doing. I'm helping your school districts, and I think that $2 million is no chump change. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up is Susie Mast, followed by Katie McPherson, followed by Lynn Fox Embry. Susie?
There you go. President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, happy Monday. My name is Susie Mast, and I'm a proud Arizona certified teacher and administrator, and I was a national board certified teacher for 20 years under the Pay It Forward leadership of Kathy Webke. So we will miss her greatly. I am here today representing the Arizona Math Collaborative, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about the assessment RFP. Since AASA is used for accountability, the assessment system must do more than tell us whether students are proficient or not proficient. There is a summary cluster performance report that is given to schools, and we brought examples of that. However, a significant portion of that report is currently redacted or suppressed when fewer than 5 points are available within the cluster. The impact of this suppression is substantial. In 5th grade, approximately 33% of cluster level data is unavailable to the school. By 8th grade, the number increases to 42%, meaning that 20 of the 47 test questions are excluded from actual reporting data at the cluster level. Obviously, this is huge. The Arizona Math Collaborative respectfully requests the state board require within the RFP reporting that includes at least 90% of cluster level data for each school site being reported. Without meaningful reporting, accountability data cannot drive improvement. High school. Okay, ACT, great intention, namely increasing college access and participation. The core issue, though, is the ACT is a college placement assessment, not a standards-based accountability assessment. It was never designed to measure proficiency in Arizona's high school mathematics standards. While ACT acts in some high school content, we would strongly recommend that you reopen the conversation about high school and look at a standards-based assessment.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mast. We appreciate it.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up is Katie McPherson, followed by Lynn Fox Embry, followed by Sharon Rogers. Katie?
Okay, sorry. Good morning, members of the board. I'm here today as a Chandler Unified parent. I'm here to ask you to recognize why your authority over educator certificates is essential when district leadership fails to intervene. 2 CUSD educators are before you today for discipline. They did not act in isolation. Their misconduct continued in an environment where warning signs were known, concerns were raised, and meaningful action did not occur. When those responsible for stopping harm delay or fail to act, PPAC becomes the final safeguard for our students. Arizona precedent distinguishes between conduct that can be corrected and conduct that reflects a fundamental lack of fitness to hold a certificate. Suspension assumes risk can be mitigated. The record here raises serious doubt that it can. Importantly, 2 separate PPAC committees confirmed that children were harmed and that harm was furthered by the trusted adults. That finding matters greatly. I also ask you to consider comments made by Superintendent Narducci on March 24th, 2025. He said that the discipline was too strong for the crime and warned that enforcing accountability might drive people from the profession. That perspective helps explain how this misconduct was allowed to persist and why meaningful protective action by him did not occur when notice was given. Finally, this case will set a precedent for administrator conduct. Administrators stand in loco parentis, entrusted to protect children as their own all day long. I urge the board to exercise its independent judgment and consider whether the gravity of these facts warrants a stronger conclusion than suspension alone. When local systems fail, this board is the last line of protection for students and the integrity of our profession. Thank you to the ADE Investigative Unit, their leaders, Hearing Officer Lee, Dr. Melissa Sadorf, Dr. Matthew Nielsen, Will Ambos, and both PPAC committees for their continued service and protection of our children. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up is Lynn Fox Embry, followed by Sharon Rogers, followed by Angela Philpott. Lynn? Doesn't seem if she's here. She's not on virtual. Okay. Sharon Rogers. You can unmute Sharon when you're ready.
All right.
Perfect. Go ahead, Sharon.
Yes, sorry. I'm not sure if everyone can see me, but
We can hear you. Go ahead.
you can hear me. Okay. Good morning, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sharon Rogers. I'm a parent of 4 children, ages 6 to 15, and I live in Catalina Foothills School District in Tucson. I'm here today to respectfully raise concerns not only about student transportation safety, but about the lack of transparency and documentation when districts make transportation feasibility determinations that directly affect children's safety. In Catalina Foothills, the district recently concluded that no internal school bus stops could be added within a large residential community after a trial run conducted by its contractor. Based on that determination, younger students are now required to walk 20 to 30 minutes on narrow, curved roads without sidewalks in extreme heat to reach a single bus stop at the community's main gate. When families asked for documentation supporting this decision, we were told that the feasibility review was an informal operational assessment, that no written findings, diagrams, or mapped roadway segments exist, and that specific locations deemed non-navigable were not documented. We were also told that alternative internal stops in intermediate locations or different vehicle options are not feasible, but without a written analysis explaining why. My
Ms.
concern today is not about second guessing a routing decision. It is about process and accountability.
Ms.
When a
Rogers.
district's, yes,
I'm sorry to interrupt. Thank you so much for your time today.
thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up is Angela Philpott, followed by Marcy Barenberg. Angela?
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. My name is Angela Philpott, and I proudly serve as the Vice President of the Arizona Education Association. On behalf of more than 22,000 union educators across the state, AEA extends our deepest condolences on the passing of Dr. Kathy Webke. Dr. Webke devoted her life to public education and to the educators and students who make our schools thrive. Throughout her distinguished career as a union educator, a principal in Paradise Valley, ADE's Deputy Associate Superintendent of Education, the Executive Director of NAU's K-12 Center, and a member of this State Board of Education, she was a steadfast and courageous champion for Arizona's public schools. No matter the challenges she faced, Dr. Webke led with creativity and resolve. She believed deeply that educators deserve respect, support, and opportunities to grow, and she worked tirelessly to ensure that those values were reflected not just in policy, but in practice. Dr. Webke was a trusted leader, someone who lifted others up, shared her wisdom generously, and inspired confidence in those around her. Her influence shaped the careers of tens of thousands of educators, empowering them to do their very best work for the students that they served. I served with Dr. Webke on the Certification and Advisory Committee, and she mentored me as a new member to this work. Dr. Webke offered me guidance with honesty and kindness, and her example shows all of us that strong leadership and mentorship is always grounded in service, integrity, and fearlessness. As our union continues the important work of making Arizona the best state to teach and learn in, we will remember Dr. Webke as a leader whose impact reaches far beyond her titles or positions. Her legacy lives on in the classroom she strengthened, the educators she guided, and the students whose futures she helped shape. While we mourn her passing, we are grateful for her life, her leadership, and her lasting contributions to public education in Arizona. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Marcy Brandenburg is up. Marcy, go ahead.
Hi, I am coming to you guys today as a community member and parent of a deaf student. I'm very concerned for all deaf students in Arizona that primarily use American Sign Language for communication. My son is currently being failed within the SPED programming at his district in Mesa, and we're being told that he doesn't qualify as an English language learner, even though American Sign Language is a different language than English. The district has told me that he doesn't qualify to take the Azella testing to see where his English proficiency is. Currently at the district through the state testing, he has gone from partially proficient in English language arts to minimally proficient. And then on his FastBridge testing, he shows to be in the 20th percentile. This is where I decided to ask for English language learning support. They were telling me that it's my perspective or feeling that ASL should be counted as a second language, but Arizona has set a precedence that ASL is a different language from English by counting it as a foreign language credit both at secondary schools and at the college level. In fact, even all Ivy League schools now consider it a foreign language. I want to give an example today for those who may not know how ASL is different from English and just think that it's gestures to supplement English. This comes directly from a Lingvano app, which is an app for learning American Sign Language. A sentence in sign language would be like, me think they like swim, will motivate, it's fun too. In English, that would be, I think they would like to go swimming. That will motivate them and is fun too. It's very different and does require interpretation. It's not word for word, and it's not English is the same as ASL. These kids deserve support in English language learning, just like any other language coming to the state. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, that concludes this call to the public.
Great. Well, thank you. Thanks for everyone that shared comments today. We'll now move to item 4, the consent agenda. Is there an item or items from the consent agenda that a board member would like to pull and discuss?
Madam Chair.
Member Kurbakis.
Yes, I'd like to pull items B and K.
Okay. Any other members? Dr. Hagerman.
Just a reminder, I have a recusal for the move on run reading item.
And that is item
4K, President Haley.
4K. Hagerman. 4K. Okay. So if it's okay, what I would like to do is have a motion to, and then we can discuss the other items. And you want to pull B. Okay, so I have to adjust my thing. So 4A, C through J, L, and M. Okay, let me make sure. I have to have everything in front of me to make sure I get this. Okay, so we're going to pull items B and K. So I'd like to have a motion to approve items 4A, 4C through 4J, 4L through 4M. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Member Kravitz makes a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Clay seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Or none? And then now we'll move on to discussion for item. I'm muted, sorry. The motion carries for the items we said. Now we'll have discussion for items 4B and 4K. Member Kravitz?
Thank you. For the record, I will support both items, but I wanted to pull them off to have a little brief discussion. On B is the AOI application, and I had just raised some concerns with staff on the wording and the structure of the application and discovered that it is in the process of being redone. So I just wanted to state that. In particular, some of the targeted population questions, disabled services. I just think it's time for an update, and staff is doing that. So I just wanted to note that.
Vote individually on the two different items.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, because Dr. Hagerman is recusing himself from 4K, they should be voted on separately. And then I would do 4B first. And then when you do 4K prior to a vote, Dr. Hagerman just needs to state the reason for his recusal.
Okay, so let's, do I have a motion to approve item 4B? Member Kravitz makes a motion. Do I have a
second?
Member Haney makes a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion. Moving on to item 4K. Dr. Hagerman?
So my reason for recusal is Tanque Verde School District is one of the schools being approved for a move on a reading plan.
Great. Any other discussion? Member Katniss or Member Kravitz? I'm looking at you, looking at Member Katniss.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I will continue to pull this item off, primarily because K-3 reading is the #1 issue we should be discussing, I believe, at every single meeting. So that's the main reason. But the second reason is I want to request that moving forward, it be noted whether the LEAs have adopted evidence-based curriculums. I went back and reread the statute, and I feel like the legislature asked us to review this for a reason.
And there are a lot of statutory requirements attached to these plans that I think we need more information moving forward. So I'd really like ADE staff to be providing not just curriculum, but anything else that they think that we should know that's a statutory requirement before we approve them moving forward.
Any other comments for item 4K?
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Thank you,
Super.
Member Kravickas. So we have made that request of the department's K-12 academic standards team, and they have agreed to, starting next month, provide that list in a different format as requested.
That's excellent. I'd like to be associated with Member Kravickas' comments. I think it would be great to understand who is and who is not adopting high quality instructional materials. So, Dr. Hightower.
Thank you so much, President Haley, members of the board. I would also like to know if we could include in that request if there were reading adoptions that were approved prior to creating the list, or were there some reading adoptions that were removed from the list, but school districts and charter schools had already adopted curriculum materials and had gone through that whole process. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Dr. Hightower, I'll certainly speak with Linda Burrows at ADE and her team to see what information can be provided.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the comments and the discussion. So with that, we're going to take I believe, do we need to take a recorded vote with the recusal, or we're okay?
So yeah, you will need to vote on 4K.
But do we need to do a recorded vote,
a roll
individual
call vote,
roll call vote?
No.
Okay. Well, with that, do I, with Dr. Hagerman's recusing himself, I'd like to make a motion. Do I have a motion to approve item 4K?
So moved.
Member Kravickas, do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Hightower, seconds. All in favor, say aye.
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 There are none, so the motion carries. So with that, we will move on to item 5, which is the general session. And with that, Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, at the behest of several folks, the governor's office had an educator recruitment and retention task force that met a couple of years ago. One of their recommendations was that the board provide an annual update on educator recruitment and retention data. So ever since that group convened, we've provided a report in January. There's also a report required of the department around the same time. So in collaboration with the teacher recruitment and retention team from the department under the leadership of Jamie Wilbur, we've made this an annual report for you all. So Jamie's with us today to talk about educator recruitment and retention data, trends and recommendations, and then to show you all some of their amazing data dashboards. Jamie?
Good morning. Thank you for having me, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. I'm going to start this morning. As Executive Director Ross shared with you, a couple of years ago, the governor had the task force, and as well, the Department of Education also convened a task force. And as you remember, last year, I came forward and shared those recommendations, as well as presented with Jessica from the state board staff. And we presented to you some trends and some of our data. And this year, I'm here to provide just overview for you with where we are and what has taken place over the last year. So the presentation this morning will be a little bit fast and furious for you. We're going to give you current Arizona teacher attrition numbers and trends, a review of the fall 2025 teacher shortage impact report. If you remember, that was sent forward to you so that you could review that. We're also going to review the 2023-2024 teachers who left the classroom survey data. And I'll get a little bit more in the weeds on that one once we get there. And then something that my team was tasked with was a teacher retention study report per SB 1735, and that was from the last legislative session. And I'm just going to kind of give you some highlights from that report. So before we get into this year's numbers, I just want to give you some baseline data. And this is a screenshot from the Arizona Retention and Attrition Dashboard. And this screenshot is from one of our most popular dashboards. And what you'll notice is that this dashboard this is just, again, a screenshot from this very interactive dashboard. I've set the filters to 2024 because I want you to be able to compare to this year's numbers. So if you take a look over on the right-hand side, you'll notice that I've filtered it again to 2024. You'll also notice that the second arrow over on the right-hand side says dropped from TIA. That's our teacher input application. And again, if you remember that our LEAs, both public school and public charters, are mandatory, that's mandated by statute, that every year they report to us their position descriptions. And so what we've done is our HR departments, they report to us again every year by October 15th, who is working in their schools. And so what I've done is we're looking at everybody again last year who was in the TIA system. I've also filtered this dashboard by all counties and all LEAs, just so you get an overview of where we were last year around this time. Last year, we had about 59,067 classroom teachers. You'll see that's a very teeny tiny number that's circled up there in the upper left. And then our overall attrition rate as a state was 15.41%. And so what we were looking at last year when I came forward to report to you all was that we had 9,101 teachers who we no longer saw in the classroom, meaning that they were reported in TIA one year and then the next year they were not reported in TIA. One of the things that I wanted you to notice is that other number that was highlighted there. We had about 3,800 teachers in years 4 years or less of experience. Those were the teachers that my team really pays attention to, because that's where our leak in the bucket, so to speak. We're losing teachers at an alarming rate in those first 4 years. So having said that, now that you have a baseline from last year, we're going to go ahead and we're going to look at this year's numbers. So again, this is just a screenshot of our interactive dashboard for the 2025 numbers. And you'll notice that overall, what we are looking at, again, the filters over on the right-hand side have been set to the same as they were for last year so that you could take a look and compare. We are down with our attrition numbers from 15.41 to 14.41. And you'll also notice that the number of teachers that showed up from last year to this year that left the classroom, we went from about 9,100 to 8,624. You'll also notice that the number of teachers that were leaving from years 0 through 4, that still is our largest bar, 0 through 4. We're sitting at about 3,600 teachers in that 0 through 4 range. So again, that's still something that my team is paying attention to. And then you can also take a look there as you see experience levels 5 through 9, and so on and so forth. Another area that I want you to pay attention to on this one, not circled for you, but also on this dashboard, you can filter by teachers who are switching LEAs or moving from one district to another or one charter to another. And so that's where it is, percent of teachers switching. So we went from 4.48, where we are capturing them. They're not necessarily leaving the classroom or leaving education altogether, but they're moving. So last year was 4.48, and this year it was 3.94. So this dashboard, again, one of our most popular ones, one that we're known throughout the state for, as well as on a national level. It's 4 pages long. We're not going to go through everyone because I could spend the entire 15 minutes just sharing that with you. But on page 2, you would be able to filter and look at ethnicity and certified status on this dashboard. On page 3, you would be able to see position title, content area, as well as special education. That was when we first launched this dashboard. One of the requests that we had from LEAs is how do we filter and be able to look at just our positions by special education. And so we were able to put that filter in. And then on page 4, that's where you can see attrition trends, not only at the state level, but you can also see those attrition trends if you were to filter by LEA. And so that's one of the biggest pieces of this dashboard is our LEAs are able to tell their story and then be able to compare it to sister LEAs as well as compare to the state. When we go out and we support our LEAs and look at helping them with their retention plans or prepare for maybe a governing board presentation that they have, they're able to actually tell their story and look at what their staffing needs might be.
Jamie, my apologies for interrupting. President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board.
Yes.
There's one other highlight of those dashboards. This is for Dr. Clay in particular, is that the data can be disaggregated by county. So
Yeah.
that is another option, which I know is important to several board members.
Yes, absolutely. Looking at this slide here, I captured it. This is from page 4 of our dashboard. And this is by state. This is our state attrition rates over the last couple of years. If you were to look at this, you could filter all the way back to 2018. And I just screen grabbed for you the last 6 years of attrition rates. You can see from 2020 to the current year of 2025, kind of that ebb and flow of where we are. And one of the things that our LEAs are always looking for is, they think they kind of know where they are, but this really helps them to see where they are according to the data that they're putting in for us in our teacher input application system. And the recruitment and retention team is solely responsible for that TIA system at this point. And the data that we are getting and working with them on is much more clean than it has been in the past. So we're very confident with the number of reporters that are coming in, as well as the data that is being put into these dashboards. Moving on to the next piece that I have for you this morning. Another piece that the recruitment and the retention team has been working on is that number of teachers that we see from 1 year in the teacher input application system to the next, that 9,000 or that 8,000 teachers that were in the classroom 1 year, but then not the next. Some of those we know are moving to administration. Some of them might be moving into an instructional coach position. Some of them are leaving education altogether. And so what we do is we reach out to those educators and we ask them, where are you going? And if you are leaving altogether, why are you leaving? We have conducted this survey twice so far, and we're getting ready to conduct this survey again within the next month. And this is teachers who left the classroom. So the most current one that is published on our website is the teachers who left the classroom survey from 2023 to 2024. This was conducted last March of 2025. The invitations, as you can see here, went out to approximately 8,046 teachers. We had 2,500 and some that were completed. So that response rate was only about 31.5%. Obviously, not everybody has to complete it. We ask them to complete it. And then you'll also see that the survey that we sent out has specific sections, and we bucket those sections as the following: personal life factors, salary and job benefits, the career factors, assignment and classroom factors, school factors, and then those student performance factors. We're excited this year that once we send it out, we'll not only have those specific answers to the survey, but because it's 3 years, we'll then have trend data. And then we will also publish a dashboard so that you'll be able to see that trend data. And we're happy to send that forward so that you don't have to wait an additional year for me to come back, but you'll have that early as well. So one of the things that I wanted to share with you from last year is I highlighted for you the top 5 reasons that those 2,300 people that did answer our survey, what they are stating. This again is published on our dashboard as one of our on our website as one of our surveys that we provide on an annual basis. And this falls right in line with the task force recommendations that a select group of educators from around the state met. And this, again, you can see here that what you're seeing is I felt burnt out was the top reason, followed by not feeling respected, followed by that student behavior and discipline, followed again by intrusions, and then wanting and needing a higher salary. We also then ask if you were to pick those most influential factors, you'll also see that we've got feeling burned out, wanting or needing a higher salary, those personal life reasons, and then again, student behavior and discipline problems and dissatisfied with administration. One of the things that you'll notice is that part of these reasons, ADE has worked really hard to not only put together some trainings to support these pieces. Our sister unit, the Effective Teachers and Leaders, has several trainings that are supporting these, but also the recruitment and retention team is working really hard to put together trainings to assist this, and it kind of falls in line primarily with superintendent's priority areas. Looking here, the 2025 Teacher Shortage Impact Report. This is something that we have really expanded from where we started. Not only are we looking at teachers who left the classroom and why are they leaving, but we're also talking to our HR departments and asking them, how are you covering all of these vacancies? Because we know that there are vacancies. And when we send this out to our human resources professionals, we do this in August, and we sent this survey to 629 LEAs in August, and we had a response rate of about 83.15%, and that was up from about 60% last year. So that was a huge increase and a huge thank you to our HR friends around the state. You'll see here that we had 206 public school districts that responded and 317 public charter districts that responded to us. So we were able to really capture the amount of vacancies that we had as of September of 2025. Right now, our LEAs are getting ready to prepare for staffing season for 26-27. And so we will do the same thing again this year as they're starting to prepare. But this specific teacher shortage impact report was for this current school year. Last staffing season, our LEAs plan to staff a little over 57,000 teachers. And as of September 2025, you'll notice that they were still looking for 4,200 teachers. So that's how many vacancies we had. This report also is posted on the recruitment and retention team's website. And how are they filling those vacancies? And you'll see the breakdown here. The most common way that our HR departments, our LEAs, were filling vacancies was with long-term substitutes. You'll see at 29.56%. And that was pretty in line with what we had seen the previous year as well, following close with existing teachers who were on a 6/5 contract, which means that they were working through their prep period or their planning time to cover those vacant positions. Following that, we also had many that were working through contracted time. The other thing that I wanted to just share with you is that there were many unplanned vacancies that happened. You probably heard about this on the news, that there were about 1,000 unplanned vacancies that happened after the start of the school year, and that they were still actively recruiting. The final thing that I just wanted to share with you is that we have, time's up. The final thing that I just want to share with you is the teacher retention study report. And so you have access to the full teacher retention study report. It is several hundred pages long. The biggest thing that I want to share with you is that this teacher retention study report goes in quite detail about where we are seeing critical staffing areas, also areas that are looking at elevated attrition rates, elementary education, lowest attrition rates, middle school teachers having the lowest retention rate, also signaling a critical staffing area. Something to note, teachers that are appropriately certified had a higher retention rate than those that are teaching out of field or those that are not appropriately certified. So some things that we kind of knew, but we really dug in per this Senate Bill 1735. Additionally, we get lots of questions about districts versus charter teachers. And who has a higher retention rate there. And so we just wanted to kind of highlight a few of those for you. So again, wanting to kind of point that out, that districts do have a little bit of a higher retention rate than our charter school teachers. So you'll note that on this slide. Certified teachers in charter schools have a higher retention rates than those that are not certified in our district, than our charter schools. And then finally, in our educator prep programs, you'll notice here that there was a deep dive into our educator prep programs, our EPPs. And one of the things to note is that our completers to certification rates, 74 to 78% across the board. You'll note there. Just a few things that we wanted to highlight for you. And I know that I'm out of time, so I just want to make sure that I'm wrapping this up for you. But that Arizona-based program pathways, just both those traditional and classroom-based programs, achieved a similar conversion rate. Yep. And then just finally, to close out for you, the work that the educator prep programs, the work that the educator recruitment and retention team is doing to support our LEAs across the state with all of these trends and data. Again, I could stand up here forever and tell you all kinds of things, but I know my time is up. So just thank you so much for having me. Any questions that you might have?
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was very informative. Do I have questions from members of the board? Dr. Hightower.
Thank you so much for such an outstanding presentation and the work that you have been leading now for a while. I had the honor of serving on one of the retention and recruitment task forces, and there were 3 specific strategies that came up that would be very supportive of school districts and charters implementation. So I don't know if you want to talk about that, Jamie, because they were pretty powerful strategies. And then the other question that I have is on the survey. So thank you for putting this survey out to the entire state. And we did get some good numbers there. But on the question or on the response from our educators saying that they don't feel that they're respected or supported in the profession, did we dig a little bit deeper to find out what does that mean? What would they like to see? So those 2 things. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hightower, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. The 3 strategies that came out, the recommendations were teacher voice, induction with robust mentoring, and retention plans. And so the team is doing a lot of work right now, the recruitment and retention team, around the idea of teacher voice with state interviews, and has been traveling around the state to support LEAs with state interviews. What does that look like, sound like, feel like, and presentations with that, as well as what is a retention plan, and has coined the phrase, retention is the new recruitment. If we're not focusing on retention, all the recruitment strategies, everything that you have done with that is for naught. And then as far as not feeling respected and feeling burnt out, the team has been doing some site visits and visiting some of the job fairs that are out there right now around the state, and doing some on the fly, if you will, interviews with teachers, and looking at doing state interviews for those teachers in the state. We know why they're leaving. We want to now know why are they staying, and then digging a little bit deeper that way as well. Absolutely.
Any other questions? Member Haney. And I will then Member Haney, then Dr. Clay.
Thank you, President Haley. Thank you, Jamie, for this great presentation. I had just a quick question on the survey as well. I'm curious about that bucket of teachers that have been teaching for 4 years or less, and then that drop of about 50%. And then it seems as if a teacher is in the classroom for 5+ years, they're more likely to stay. And I know that the burnout is the top issue on those surveys. Is there any way to look at what's happening with that new group of teachers? It can't be burnout, can it? After 1 year, 2 years, or is that an issue even at that level, or is it mismatched expectations for people that want to go into the teaching profession, and then when they get there, it's not what they thought it would be?
Yes, all of the above. It is. And one of the things that we are hearing and seeing is, you're right, it's not what they thought, or the mentoring is not there.
Mentoring.
And so we're really looking at that induction with robust mentoring, and more than just a buddy teacher, but what is true mentoring, and really helping LEAs. One size does not fit all, but how do we really align to the new teacher induction standards, and how do we make sure that that mentoring is put in place, and how do we really make sure that the support is there all the way around, which is one of the programs that is just launched by the team, is the Arizona K-12 teacher registered mentoring program, where that teacher is not teacher of record, and they really get to learn under a master teacher, so they're ready to take on a classroom and not be teacher of record at that
Thank
time.
you. I think the mentoring system is probably extremely valuable and should be explored certainly further. I'm curious about the teacher preparation program, if more can be done there in terms of helping to prepare individuals who want to be a teacher, and what it will really be like, and prepare them for that. Is there any discussion about those programs?
Yes, currently we are in a research regarding pathways around the state of Arizona, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to come once that research is complete and be able to share that research with you. We're very excited about that. We're engaged with and the state board on that. Sean, would you like to intervene?
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, Member Haney. So we are very plugged into the great work that Jamie and her team are doing, and are very aware of that study, and have queued up Jamie's team to come back to talk when that study is done. So this is sort of the first salvo, and some more information to come over the course of the year.
Thank you.
To jump in to answer the question, because we have
Yes.
Dr. Clay.
Mhm.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I want you to know that this has been a major priority for me to work with the colleges of education. We have 3 executives in our department who've graduated from each of the 3 universities, and they've been in touch with we reviewed all the curricula and distinguished between those that were useful for preparing a teacher to teach, and those that were not, highly theoretical or social warrior type. And so each of the executives got in touch with their university, the head of the College of Education, and asked them to eliminate the courses that were not useful to prepare the teacher for teaching, and to substitute courses that will increase their skills for teaching. And they've all been cooperative with us on that. So, I'm hoping it'll be a positive impact, but I'm concerned because, when we send coaches to schools, they get better results than the teachers without coaches. Well, what the coaches are conveying are things they should have learned in college. So it's been a high priority, and traditionally, as a superintendent, I serve on the board of regents, but traditionally superintendents don't go to the meetings. I've gone to the meetings so that we're able to have the support of the board of regents in effecting these changes in the teachers' colleges, which I think are badly needed.
Thank you. Dr. Clay. Dr. Clay, do you still have some questions for us?
Melissa, is Dr. Clay still with us?
Looks like she dropped off.
Okay. If she comes back in a second, we'll yield to her. But I did have a few questions. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was fantastic. Similar to what Member Haney referenced, I am curious about those top 5 responses. Were those, they were from all across the board, not just our novice teachers and our more senior teachers. It was sort of cross-cutting across. Is that correct?
President Haley, you are correct.
And is it in the materials you provided? I don't think I saw them. And if you did provide them, I apologize. Do we have the breakdown of how those, the responses for individuals in the 0 to 4, 5 to 10, et cetera, where we can be able to see why they're leaving the profession?
We don't have specific, but that's something that we can look at for this year to see if we can break that down a little further.
That'd be great. I don't know if you need to put it all in the presentation, but it would be interesting to be able to see the crosstabs of why individuals are leaving, because I think it would get to both the question that Member Haney and then the comment that Superintendent Horn both made of are individuals coming into the profession prepared, even if whether they're schools of education, alternative certification processes. It just would be interesting to see how they got there and if they're getting the coaching and support if given some of the concerns and the reasons why they were leaving. So we have Dr. Clay is with us again. So Dr. Clay, do you have a question?
Yes, I do have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had to change computers. Oh, so my question for you, Jamie, is do we have any place where best strategies are listed? I've had meetings with my community members, not only in Cochise County, but across Arizona. In Cochise County, one of our 4 strategic priorities are education workforce sustainability. So what a lot of the businesses are asking me for, because they want to help teachers, is what can businesses and communities do, and is there a place where we can go for best practices? Because I'm sure across Arizona there are some great communities doing some great things. Do we have that anywhere?
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and Member Clay, members of the board, on our recruitment and retention website, the azed.gov/teach, we have a whole slew of them. I'm going to say amazing. I'm a little biased.
Really? Okay.
But we have a whole slew of things broken down by the task force recommendations, as well as the dashboards and some other guidance documents there. And we are happy to assist.
Thank you so much. We will be calling for you to present at some of our meetings. I think you have, you don't know what you're getting yourself into, but we welcome all of your wisdom. And again, thank you for what you're doing.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions from members of the board? Member Katniss.
Thank you so much for this. I was just talking to Sean and Bruce last week about how this is so important, especially as we are looking at 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, and we see a lot of teachers leaving, trying to figure out what will allow them to feel supported and appreciated, but also compensated well. And so one question I did have was, is there a percent of teachers that did not study education while they were in college that we know that they're leaving the profession or not leaving the profession? Because I myself was a teacher that did not study education. And so having, as Superintendent Horn mentioned, like those coaches really did help me. But I know with emergency certifications in our state, trying to fill those gaps of schools that have those open positions, if we know that, and if we don't know that, that's also fine. I just think that that's something that I would like to know. What percent of our teachers are emergency certified or haven't come in with that college background of education, but also how we might be able to support those teachers as well.
Right. So President Haley, Superintendent Horn, Member Cantonese. So if we were, yes, and yes. One of the things that we can do, we don't necessarily have it completely teased out here. We do know based on the teacher retention study report that those, so two things. Let me make sure I have my words correct on this one so I don't stick my foot in my mouth on this. We do know that based on what the teacher retention report is stating. So first, let me just say that those that are appropriately certified have a higher retention rate than those that are not appropriately certified. The other thing that you can look at would be on one of our other dashboards, the certification dashboard. You can look up to see how many people have a subject matter expert certificate, those that might have emergency certifications, those that might have just a substitute, those that might be in the classroom, right, with like a long-term sub. So you have that you could look at. We could possibly go back and we could tease those parts out. For those that are leaving, we could tie it to that. So that would be a little bit of work, but it could be done.
If that's possible, that's something that I would like to know. And I'm just gonna ask it. How do we pay teachers more?
I think that's probably above my pay grade. I have so many thoughts, but I'm going to do the universal sign for staying in my lane right now so that I don't get myself in trouble. But as a recovering teacher and recovering administrator, I have so many thoughts on that. But it's as someone who led that task force for ADE, that came up loud and clear. It's not something that we took lightly on that task force. It absolutely came up. You will always find it for reasons why teachers are leaving in the top 5. And you saw that in the survey data that came out. It's always there, but it's also working conditions. So teachers that the team and I speak to on the daily when we're out in the field, when we are at national conferences presenting, when we are in the state, boots on the ground, having conversations, absolutely, they deserve to be paid what they're worth, 100%. And we also need to fix those working conditions for them as well. I don't think I answered your question, but.
No, I think, and I know the superintendent, you have some thoughts on that, but I do think that this is more so something that we should try to really work on this year and try to talk to our friends at the legislature, because I mean, as a teacher, especially whenever you look at these factors, you look at teacher burnout, you look at overworking, and it's so easy to see because whenever you can't get a substitute teacher, the first thing that happens is that the teachers then cover on their prep periods. And that prep period is already so short. And so, especially if you're teaching multiple preps, multiple classes, and then this is not a profession that you turn off like right when you leave the school day, then you go home and you're continuing to prep, you're continuing to grade, you're continuing to do all these things. And it's because these teachers care so much about their kids. But at the same time, someone that is, working a 10 to 12 hour day is getting compensated a lot more than what our teachers are getting compensated, which then allows teachers to also think, okay, if I'm doing all this work, then maybe I can get compensated better elsewhere. And so it's just so important that we try to figure this out. And we might not be the body of people that can do that, but we do need to advocate for teachers and for all of our school, paraprofessionals and our bus drivers and our cafeteria workers, everybody that's in schools directly serving kids. We can't be the state that is, leaving all these people behind. We have to be the voice for them. And so I would also love to hear your thoughts.
And I'm gonna defer to Superintendent Horn.
Superintendent Horn.
Yes, Jamie said it's not her lane, it's my lane. And so the source of money to increase teacher salaries is the land trust. It has lots of money. This is the last year in which Prop 123 can be renewed, which uses land trust money for education. Each of my three addresses state of education at the legislature, I made a very emphatic point. We must dedicate a substantial portion of the Prop 123 money that comes from the land trust, there's no increase in taxes involved, to raising teacher salaries. And in doing that, I give all the statistics that Jamie's been giving about, we're losing more teachers than are coming into the profession. It's scary, really. What's the long-term consequence of that if we don't take strong action? And so now this is the last year that they can renew Prop 123. So this is the year to make them, or to persuade them to have a substantial portion of that money for teacher salaries directly, because when Governor Ducey wanted to increase teacher salaries, it went to the districts and some of it got siphoned off, and they didn't get the raise you guys didn't get the raise you were promised. So it should go directly to the teachers. And so this is the year to put on as much persuasion as we can. And the answer, how do we do it, those in this room, is we call our legislators. If you call the legislators that represent the district where you live, they will respond to you because they need votes to get reelected. And I would say, just make this case to your legislators. If everybody does that, it'll have a big impact. But we've got to do it this year. If we don't do it this year, we're in trouble.
Thank you so much for your questions, Member Katniss, and your comments, Superintendent Horn. Are there any other questions or comments for Jamie? Member Katniss.
I have one more question, and thank you so much. And I want to echo what Superintendent Horn said. I think that that's something that I don't know how we can utilize our voices here to advocate for that, but definitely a huge priority to help all of our educators out. The last question I had is, I know teacher burnout was a huge thing. Do we have any indicator on some school districts that are working 4-day school weeks versus some that are working 5-day school weeks? If there's any indication on how that is playing a factor?
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, Member Katniss, the only indicator we would have would be looking at the dashboard and then sorting where we could look at that LEA and pull their attrition rate, or you could flip it and say those that stayed, looking at their retention rate. In the teacher retention study, we have pulled the large LEAs, middle LEAs, and small LEAs, top, like highest and lowest, where if you were to go into, I can't tell you the page number off the top of my head because it's several hundred pages long, but we were able to pull and kind of look and do some comparison data that way. So you could go in, or we could go in and kind of pull that and see by 4-day work week. I do know some are going back to a 5-day work week within this next school year as well.
If that's something we could also look into, to use teacher language, I think backwards planning is so important.
Absolutely.
And being proactive versus reactive, because we are not number one in this country for education in states. And we can be that. We have the potential. We have great kids. We have great teachers, but we have to invest in our teachers and the whole system as a whole.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, Member Katniss, Deputy Duplanty and I will put in some formal data requests to the department after this meeting. So it's helpful because Jamie knows they're coming and she knows what they'll be about. So yeah, we'll do that right after this meeting.
Great. Any other questions? Okay. If it's okay, we'll take a brief 10-minute break and then we'll reconvene for item 5B.
these different pathways is that when folks enter the profession and they're unprepared, they burn out very quickly. And we know that with little to no preparation, folks are going to leave within the first year at a rate of 2.5 times more than those who are prepared. So the question begs, what is working? And how do we respond to what is really a teacher retention crisis? And although we don't yet have the data, but I'm very excited that the data is coming out about different teacher pathways, we can look to other states to try to figure out what is working in teacher preparation and what maybe we should be moving forward here to pursue. There is extensive research on teacher education, and Member Haney, thank you for that question about teacher education, because it is the question. How do we get people to stay? Now, the research initially appears mixed on teacher education. Some studies suggest that teacher qualifications have little effect. However, many other studies find that teacher education is significantly and positively related to student achievement. And more data reveals that it's not actually that teacher education is in question, but that there is such extreme variation across programs that it's quite hard to determine which ones are working and which aren't unless you disaggregate the data. One researcher, Goldhaber and Little, one group of researchers, I should say, looked at teacher education programs in one state. And what they found was that the difference between the most successful teacher education programs and the least successful teacher educations in student achievement was comparable to the difference between students who qualified for free and reduced price lunch and students with disabilities. So you're looking at extreme swings in student achievement data solely based on where their teachers were prepared. Huge, important point here. We know that not all teacher education programs are created equal, even when they grant the same certification or degree. So we need to be looking at the data. We need to be peeling back and trying to figure out what works in teacher education, because the quality of that program impacts the quality of the teacher. So what works in teacher education? Well, we actually know a lot about this as well. Content is really important. So those who had 3 or more methods courses learning how to teach were much more likely to stay. Practice is another huge component. Those who spent extensive time in the field practicing how to teach before they became a teacher of record were 3 times less likely to quit. The next point is observation of other teachers, and getting feedback on their own practice was also very significantly related to retention. Essentially, we know that high quality teacher preparation with pedagogical preparation and how to teach, coupled with extensive practice, is how we get teachers to stay in the profession. Which begs the question, what if there was an entire model that fulfilled all of these qualifications at scale? Enter the teacher residency. So teacher residencies came to the forefront about 25 years ago in Boston and Chicago, and were modeled off the medical residency with the idea that teaching is a critical and important profession that's very hard to do well, just like medicine. And there are a number of programs now. There's 400 or more teacher residencies across the country, but the ones that are very successful have the following characteristics in common. So they feature a year-long apprenticeship in the classroom of a skilled mentor. They're partnered with districts. They offer financial support in the form of living stipends during that apprenticeship year so that folks don't have to take out loans in order to live while they're devoted to teaching. Plus, they get support from their peers. They have coursework that is very methodological and aligned to their field work. And they have the benefit of a highly prepared, intentionally selected, and financially compensated mentor that supports them and provides feedback. Plus, they are intentionally recruiting folks from the community and folks for high-need subject areas who are then committing to stay in the profession for many years. So there's a model here that works, and we know it exists. And now we know what the data is on it. So over the last couple decades, there's been a lot of research on the teacher residency model, and it's remarkably consistent. Residency graduates are more likely to reflect the students they serve, which we know is associated with a range of positive outcomes. They are more likely to stay in teaching. We know that those affiliated with the National Centers for Teacher Residencies, which is really the gold standard for teacher residencies, 81% of their graduates are still in teaching after 3 years. If you look at the retention rate that we have for new teachers, that's drastically different. We also know that these teacher residency graduates feel better prepared, and so they have greater efficacy. Then we also know that they're getting better scores on their principal evaluation than other teachers. They also are improving student achievement across the board, and especially over time. And finally, they're able to connect with students in a positive ways immediately from the residency year. We know that having 2 teachers in the classroom is obviously better than 1. So having a resident in that residency year alone is already making positive gains for students. So I want to turn to a moment to Texas, right? Texas has incredibly good research on their teacher workforce right now. They have disaggregated data looking at different programs based on whether it's a residency, whether it's fully online, and whether it's a traditional program, an alternative program, or a program that doesn't offer any preparation. And Texas is in a difficult situation because their retention rate, while lower than us, results in significantly more teachers that are leaving the profession. They have to replace up to 40,000 teachers a year. That's almost an Arizona teacher workforce. So what they did was they lowered the qualifications for teachers, and nearly half of new teachers in 21 and 22 were uncertified. And from 2014 to 2023, 25% of students in Texas were taught by teachers who were prepared through fully online teacher preparation programs. From the data I just presented, you can probably guess how that went. So there's a researcher by the name of Jacob Kirksey out of Texas Tech who's done extensive research on this. And what he found was that teachers who were prepared through fully online programs weren't much better than uncertified teachers. And uncertified teachers by far had the lowest retention rate when compared to the average teacher, followed closely behind by online teachers. And teacher residency prepared teachers in comparison stayed longer than the average teacher. So you have some initial data here. Jacob Kirksey also discovered that teachers who were prepared through online programs or uncertified actually cost students months of learning. So you look at this graph, you can see that these are months lost of learning after having those teachers for a year. In comparison, residency prepared teachers stayed, not only stayed longer, but they also improved student growth in math and reading. And Jacob Kirksey took this a step farther. So he actually modeled the economic impact of this and found that if we replaced just 10% of those unprepared teachers with residency graduates, it would increase students' projected annual income by $3,000, suggesting that the quality of teacher preparation affects the state's long-term economic health. So what did Texas do with this information? Well, they followed the research and they really doubled down on teacher residencies. In 2021, Texas launched the High Quality Sustainable Residencies program, and over 3 years, they spent $91.2 million to fund 85 different teacher residency programs across the state. They provided residency stipends of $20,000 during that residency year for over 2,000 residents and provided financial assistance to districts to make this sustainable. And when that grant program expired, Texas decided, you know what, we need to continue to invest in our teachers and in teacher residents. So with an $8.5 million funding increase for schools, again, they followed that research on uncertified teachers, and they decided to grant permanent pay raises to more experienced teachers. They prohibited uncertified teachers in the state from teaching in core subject areas by 2029. So no longer will they allow uncertified teachers to teach those subjects. And they funded what's called the PREP program allotment to sustain teacher preparation and especially residencies and one-on-one mentorship. And I'll show you what that looks like. So you can see that here, Texas has followed the research and allocated the amount of funding per program based on what research says is most effective. So they start from a variety of different traditional and alternative programs, and you can see that residencies here are getting the most amount of money from the state so that they can fund things like the living stipend and healthcare for those individuals. They also funded teacher induction here, so we know that that is research-based, and I'll talk a little more about that in a moment as well. But turning back to Arizona here, I want to talk briefly about the Arizona Teachers Academy. So it was established in 2018 and again pays tuition and fees for eligible candidates who then must stay in schools in Arizona for the number of years for which they receive tuition. And the average scholarship is roughly $6,800. This covers all state universities and community colleges. It was just expanded to degree granting community college programs. And this has brought in thousands of new teachers across the board. We also know that it covers National Board, which you'll hear about in a moment, and new teacher induction, but we don't know how it's working right now. So we have to look at programs that we do have data for. I have two to represent for you today. One is the Arizona K-12 Censor's new teacher induction. And that over the course of a few years, you can see from spring of 2022 to 2025, not only has expanded so much thanks to Arizona Teachers Academy, but 91% of ATA graduates who have received this new teacher mentoring through Arizona K-12 had teaching contracts for this year. So huge return on investment for induction and mentoring, which I know you've already talked about. And they're a partner of ours and we use their services. So I feel like it's important to mention that. But the second program that of course I have data on is the Arizona Teacher Residency Program, which was founded in 2022 to address this workforce challenge. We are the only graduate teacher residency in the state of Arizona and the only residency program affiliated with the National Center for Teacher Residencies. And I feel like I have to shout out Dr. Kathy Webke for this because she was integral in the founding of this program back in 2022. And I want to make sure that she is recognized for that. So the other thing to note is that we just became one of the state's first registered teacher apprenticeship programs, as teacher apprenticeships are really founded on the residency model with the idea that teachers need to have a slow ramp up to practice. And I really appreciate the work of Superintendent Horn's office and the Deputy Associate Superintendent Wilbur for leading much of that work. I want to tell you a little bit about our model though. So our model is really built around intensive support for students. So they walk in and they're getting full financial support with a living stipend that's roughly $23,000. They have their tuition covered by ATA. They get rainy day funds. They have healthcare through NAU, and they have support also through coursework. All of our coursework happens at the Arizona K-12 Center on Fridays, all day in person. So they're coming and learning about how to teach while we model teaching. They also get to do this with a cohort. So they're never alone. They always have peers. We know it's hard to have form friendships, and they're forming these great connections with each other already. And then they get 2 years of induction support. So they become a teacher of record in their second year after a whole year of practice. And then they get 2 years of that induction support through full mentoring with a full release mentor through Arizona K-12 Center, receiving coaching and feedback. And then in the final year, they're encouraged to pursue national board if they wish. And that concludes their teaching commitment. But we hope they'll stay much longer because we know those first 4 years are the most vulnerable 4 years. And the idea is if we support them through it, they'll stay. We are very lucky to have a lot of research on our program over the last 3 years. We know that our residents better reflect the students that they serve. And we know that about 35% are male. If you know anything about the state of the teacher workforce, we don't have a lot of men, especially at the K level. So we have a lot more men in our program. And we have folks who are coming from different careers. Everyone from their 20s through their 50s are joining our program. So we have folks from a lot of different ranges of life. We also have really strong retention. So 95% of those who completed the residency year are staying to complete their master's degree by the end of the second year. And 97% of those who graduated from our program are still teaching in years 2 and 3 in the profession. So that retention rate is incredibly high and much higher than we're seeing in the national. I also want to just note that we went to the students themselves, the primary stakeholders of this whole experience, and we interviewed 118 K-8 students, and we asked them, how do you feel about having a resident? And various other questions. And what they said was incredibly heartening. They told us about how the resident improved their achievement, improved their engagement in school, and their sense of safety and belonging by having that second educator in the room. So we know that our residents are making a difference from day one. We also have a full-scale external evaluation being conducted by American Institutes for Research, thanks to a large federal grant that we have. And they, as part of this large research project, they conducted a survey of all new teachers in our partner districts. And what they found was that AZTR teachers, Arizona Teacher Residency, that's our acronym, reported learning more methods than non-AZTR teachers, to the point where 100% of our graduates were feeling prepared in things like using performance data, serving students with disabilities, serving multilingual learners, and only 55% or so of graduates of other programs or uncertified teachers were reporting the same. They also looked at teacher self-efficacy in this survey, asking how prepared or how effective do you feel to address students' disciplinary issues, produce meaningful student learning, motivate your students. And again, you're seeing close to 100% of AZTR teachers feeling like they can do these things, and only roughly half of non-AZTR teachers. So this is where we're experiencing that early teacher burnout If they are unprepared to tackle these challenging aspects of teaching, they will leave and they will not produce the kinds of student achievement gains that we need as a state. So in conclusion, and here's all my receipts or my references for all the things that I have cited throughout this, the Arizona Teacher Residency is really producing high quality practice-based teacher preparation. We know that it works, and it works for teachers, it works for students, and it works for our state. Arizona Teachers Academy really helps make this happen. We are an ATA program that covers tuition, but as a resource-intensive model as residencies, we are very lucky to have grant funding for our teacher stipends and other supports. And so we're hoping at some point there are more sustainable sources for that in the future so we can continue our program. Questions?
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your presentation. Do we have questions from members of the board? Oh, Member Kravickas and then Superintendent Horn.
Thank you. I love your enthusiastic presentation. I have kind of lots of questions. I'm trying to sift through them. First, on the charts at the end, the non-AZTR teachers, those could be graduates of traditional programs that are fully certified. So it's not just uncertified.
Yes, absolutely.
That's a pretty big bucket then.
Yes.
I'm still a little confused about how it's funded. I guess because it's not just an NAU program. It's not just a K-12 center program. I thought it was just one standalone program. So I'm learning a lot. Thank you.
Yes, it is. So our program is one standalone program. We are the only one in Arizona that meets all of these criteria, but there are tons of programs across the nation. So we are funded by a series of federal grants as well as foundation grants and organizational grants. So we have quite a bit of grant funding to help support the daily operations, the resident stipends, and then we have ATA to fund the tuition. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's part of it then. So ATA supplements the tuition.
Yes.
So when you say we have the program, it's ADE.
No, so it's a program of NAU. Okay. Yes, sorry about that.
That's okay. I'm gonna pause for a second. I have to think.
Superintendent Horn.
Yes. What access have you personally had to the leadership of our 3 universities and of our legislature?
Limited access. I have obviously met the president of NAU, but have had limited interaction with other legislators or other presidents of universities, more just because I haven't had an opportunity to run into them.
Dr. Hagerman.
I had a question about access for teachers that maybe aren't in Maricopa or have access to the Friday AZ K-12 training. Is there anything you guys are doing to try to think about that, or how's that working so far?
Yeah, so we've expanded to Pinal County. We're in Maricopa Unified right now and may end up expanding to other districts in that area. Our primary criteria is that they have to be able to drive to the center on Fridays. If they're willing to drive an hour and a half, we're thinking we can even expand to Tucson. But because we value that in-person coursework so much and because we know that it makes such a difference, we really prioritize that. Now, that's not to say that we couldn't have a satellite or expand to a different area, but then that coursework would take place in person in that area.
Thank you.
Dr. Clay.
Good morning again. Thank you so much for this very informative briefing. I've known of this program, read about it. The biggest concern I have is when we have good things and it's not promoted strongly. And I definitely want to help with that. But as you probably know, I am way, way down on the border. Okay. We have a lot of teachers that are not certified, and there is very little opportunity for them to drive an hour and a half to 2 hours. Well, really, it takes me 3.5 hours to get to Phoenix. Okay. So could you think about in the future how we can increase that opportunity in our most needed areas, which are, I'd say, the 4 corners of Arizona, our very rural schools. They need this. it's not well known, and then the accessibility of this training would be very challenging.
Thank you so much for that question, Dr. Clay, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Yes, so this is exactly why I shared the Texas example, right? It takes state level initiatives to spread this across the board. We absolutely need this all over our state. One of the reasons we founded this program, or when I was working on this, I conducted a feasibility study back in 2020 and interviewed like 70 local leaders and did surveys of university students. And what we found was people all over the state wanted this. They wanted a program that professionalized teaching. They wanted a program that uplifted the profession and really held high standards for our graduates. But money is always a challenge. So we've been very lucky to get quite a few grants to fund our program locally, but we would need further financial investment to expand to other areas.
So I would ask, could we set up some sort of meeting in the future to start strategizing how that can happen? I love problems because I love to solve them. And we need to do something about this. And I believe that if we get our communities together and our businesses together and let them know what's going on, we will have this problem somehow solved in some sort of way. So I look forward to talking with you.
I love that. Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, Dr. Clay, already have a note for tomorrow to connect you and Victoria via email. So look for that coming soon.
Thank you.
Dr. Hightower.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thiessen, Homer. Kudos to you and your team and the university as well for conducting that research. So if we know what works, it gives me a lot of hope. It gives me a lot of hope for our profession. And Arizona also has to double down, just like Texas did, in knowing what works, both with our Deputy Superintendent Jamie and her research and her work, and then also yours, in order to implement it successfully. So we have more people consider this incredible profession that we're in. And then side note, and just like Member Katani said, I have to say it, I did not notice GCU as one of the recipients for the Teachers Academy grant. And full disclosure, I do serve on their board. So I think that would also be supportive of all students that participate. Thank you.
Any other questions? Member Haney.
Thank you, Victoria, for that great presentation and the information. I'm curious about the data, and I don't know if you have the data from that Kirksey study regarding the retention rates of faculty who were in residency programs versus fully online programs. As you probably know, there are a proliferation of online programs for teacher preparation, and for people in rural areas like Graham County, where I am and live, those are used widely. I'm curious if you happen to know if there is a difference in retention rates among different online programs. Are some online programs more effective than others? And if so, what's the difference? Has that been looked at?
Yes. So in the study that Jacob Kirksey did, he found that individuals who had prior classroom experience as a paraprofessional were not likely to cost students the same amount of learning and were more likely to stay. So the primary factor here is teacher experience. If we can get practice prior to folks entering as a teacher of record, whether through paraprofessional pathways, like Arizona Department of Ed's new apprenticeship model makes space for that, right? This is a huge benefit to teachers. They'll stay longer and they'll do better with students if they've had a lot of practice prior to becoming a teacher of record.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Member Kravikis. I know, I am.
Madam Chairman. You just mentioned ADE's apprenticeship program. So there is more than one apprenticeship program?
Yes, and I feel like Deputy Associate Superintendent Wilbur would be better equipped to answer questions about, but there are other apprenticeship programs that are based in LEAs. And so LEAs are starting to expand. This is the pilot year, but we're the first educator prep program that's received this honor.
Okay. So then my question is, if I understand this correctly, students graduate with a 4-year degree in education, and then they apply for your program?
So anyone who has graduated with any degree, they just need a bachelor's in anything, can join us. And so that's why we have folks who are coming from aviation, nursing, social work, business, coming from all walks of life to decide they want to be a teacher and are accessing a pathway that helps them learn how to teach effectively within those 2 years.
Okay. And thank you. So then their first year is their apprentice. I'm looking at your slide, paired with a supervising teacher.
Yes.
And then they go ahead and they're the teacher of record with 2 years of induction support.
Yes.
At the end of year 4, they have a tuition-free master's degree paid with ATA.
Yes.
Okay. I think I get it now. But my other question then, because now that you're saying about teachers with non-education degrees, that helps me understand some of the concern at the very beginning about the coursework and more methods classes.
Right.
Do you have apprentices that are residents that have education degrees?
We don't have any that are coming in with I shouldn't say any. I think we had 1 or 2 who studied education, but didn't actually get the certification because they can't pursue our program if they already have the certification, of course, via ATA. But some have maybe minored in education or have studied it, but not actually gone through student teaching. So we have a couple, but it's the minority.
Okay, thank you. I guess my only feedback would be maybe to emphasize that, because I was trying to figure out why did they not get all those methods courses, and was it a question there? So that helps me understand it a lot more.
Thank you for that feedback. It's a good point.
Superintendent Horn.
Yes, in our apprenticeship program, I think we include people who don't have a university degree. Then it's a 4-year program, and they get their degree through the apprenticeship program. Before you leave, would you leave a card for me, please?
Sure.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Yes. And we're the post-baccalaureate pathway of the apprenticeship model. So we don't have any pre-baccalaureate pathways yet.
Any other questions? Otherwise, I have a few. Member Kravickas.
Thank you. I'm sorry, one last question. Is it safe to assume then that they qualify for a certificate pretty much at the end?
Yes. So in the first year, they are the
Obviously, if they're teacher of record. See, I'm trying to put all this together.
Yes, no. Thank you for that. I was trying to do this in under 15 minutes, so I appreciate that. So in the first year, they have a substitute certification and they're an apprentice. And so when their supervising teacher comes and gets trained with us at the Arizona K-12 Center, we pull them 7 days throughout the year to come bring them to actually coach them on how to mentor. They cover the class. In the second year, they don't yet have all of their coursework done, so they're on an alternative credential for that second year. And by the end of that second year, they qualify for a full standard professional credential in K-8 in Arizona. And then they're teaching on that full standard credential.
That makes sense to me, except for one thing then. So through the K-12 coursework they're doing on Fridays, is that how they're meeting the coursework requirements for the cert?
Yes, and they take one online course. So we start in the summer. They actually come up to Flagstaff. We do a little intensive up there. They start their coursework the first summer. Then they take 4 courses plus field work in the fall and spring of their first year. They take courses over the summer of the second summer, and then they're taking one course in the fall of their second year, and then doing student teaching.
So that first year they're in the classroom and taking 4 classes?
Yes. They are taking quite a few classes. It's a very intense year, but we tell them the first year as teacher of record is very intense too, so you better get used to it.
Okay, one last question. I'm assuming it's an application process then to get in?
Yes, and our application, if you know anyone, I'll do my recruiting pitch. Our applications are due in March, and they include like a couple short personal statement questions, resume, their transcripts, and then an application. We then interview them, and then they go through a selection day where they actually have to do a 5 to 7 minute mini lesson. They have to read an article and talk about it together, so we know that they can, engage in discussion around ideas. And then they do a little data analysis writing task where they look at like a grade book and make sense of it and have to write an email to a parent. Then after that, we accept them.
I lied. One last question. How many applicants do you usually get? I mean,
We
how
we usually have at least 100 who are interested and have interest forms. By the time we get applications, it's closer to 50. And then when we actually accept, we accept around 30. And then the cohorts, with personal reasons, they end up being around 20 per. But we're expanding to more districts and spaces, so we're hoping our cohorts will grow.
That's great. I think most of my questions were asked, but going back to slide 13, which has the K through 12 induction through ATA, this is through all ATA programs, or this is specific to the K-12 Center, or
So the
K-12 Center, your program?
So the K-12, we're partnered with the Arizona K-12 Center, hence why I've included this data, because we do induction with them as well. And this data is from their programs that serve all ATA graduates of NAU who have applied to get this benefit. So that's not just our residents, it's all residents who are receiving this benefit. And our residents aren't actually qualified to receive that funding from ATA until they're in their second year as teacher of record when they've graduated.
That makes sense. At some point, would you please send Executive Director Ross like your actual breakdown of how many are enrolled and participating in the
Yes.
program? Because I didn't see
Absolutely.
that in this particular.
Yes,
that
happy
would
to
be
do
great to see. I will say that in my work in education policy and education philanthropy, the teacher residency programs are incredibly impactful. I think the national data support that position, so I really support this presentation. There are organizations around the country, Reach University, which is a virtual-based higher ed institution. They serve a lot of rural communities. They're focused on the apprenticeship type model, a residency type model. They have high impact, high results, but that is both a combined like hybrid model. So you have identify mentors in the particular community, you have an online community, and they provide real-time feedback. So as Dr. Clay said earlier, it might be really interesting, how do we serve all four corners, not just Maricopa County, Pinal, et cetera? I think we could really benefit across the state. And then more of a comment, sorry. And then my last question is, once we get the information around how many are actually participating, I think I would be great to be able to follow your impact over time. It just would be really great to see how this information is, how it's impacting our educators. So
We would love that.
great. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much, President Haley, and Superintendent Horn and members of the board.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I think we're going to move on to item 5C. And let's see if I can get this right. Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board.
Or
I'll go ahead and
Glenn.
take this one. Well,
Oh, I looked at
That's
D
okay.
and not C. Shoot.
that's okay. We're going to kind of conclude our look at the workforce here with a presentation for you that's going to give you an overview of the National Board Certified Teacher Program, as well as honor Arizona initial folks that got their national board initially this year, as well as did maintenance of credentials. So I'll introduce the first speaker and I'll let her introduce additional speakers. Today with us, we have Stacy Hicks, National Board Certified Teacher. She's the co-interim vice president in certification operations and experience for the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards.
Thank you. Good morning, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, for allowing an informational update on National Board Certification. Today, coincidentally, the day of the board meeting also marks the first day of Team NBCT Week nationally, where we recognize all NBCTs, new and renewed across the country. My name is Stacy Hicks. I am an Arizona MBCT and I certified while working for the Paradise Valley Unified School District. And I serve as interim vice president of certification operations and experience at the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards. I'm joined today by two Arizona MBCTs, Christy Olson and Hannah Towns from Lake Havasu Unified School District. Hannah is also being supported today by her president, Jamie Hammer, also a National Board certified teacher, and her daughter, not yet an MBCT, but I'm not counting it out. Today's presentation is an overview of National Board certification and recognition of Arizona's educators who earned or maintained certification in 2025. So, National Board certification is the nation's highest professional certification for teachers. It's voluntary and advanced, recognizing accomplished teaching practice beyond state licensure and across all states. The National Board for Professional Teaching Standards is an independent, nonprofit organization established in 1987 by the teaching profession. Its role is to define and recognize accomplished teaching through rigorous, voluntary, national certification and to support education systems in leveraging the expertise of National Board certified teachers. Educators earn National Board certification through a rigorous, performance-based assessment that consists of 4 components. Teachers submit portfolios that include evidence of practice, analysis of student learning, and reflection. Submissions are evaluated by trained and expert educators against nationally defined standards in keeping with the for teachers by teachers ethos of National Board. Holding National Board certification signals that an educator has met a nationally recognized standard of accomplished teaching. To bring this work to life, I've invited 2 Arizona National Board certified teachers to briefly share their experiences with the certification process and what it has meant for their practice. So I'll call Christy Olson and Hannah Towns to share their perspectives and experience.
Good morning. My name is Christy Olson. I am the Director of Student Achievement in the Lake Havasu Unified School District. And in 2002, I was Mojave County's first National Board certified teacher. My goal was simple. I wanted to be a better teacher for students sitting in front of me every day. But over time, my why of National Board grew. It grew into a belief that every student in my district deserves to be taught by a highly accomplished teacher, one who reflects deeply, uses evidence to guide instruction, and holds high expectations for every learner. That belief has shaped the work in Lake Havasu Unified School District. Since 2002, 39 educators have achieved National Board certification in my district. Their impact reaches far beyond their own classrooms. They serve as mentors, instructional coaches, deans, coordinators, principals, and district leaders. This is the power of National Board. National Board certification is an investment in teachers, but more importantly, it is an investment in students and in the systems that ensure high-quality teaching for every child. This doesn't just change classrooms. It builds systems that strengthen grade levels and departments, that stabilize schools, and that grow leadership capacity across an entire district. Today, that work continues. In our district, 15 teachers are currently in the certification process. When they certify, they will join 32 National Board certified teachers currently serving in Lake Havasu Unified School District. That is nearly 20% of the teachers in our district. This includes Hannah Towns, a first grade teacher who certified in December in literacy, reading language arts. Her accomplishments represent not just personal excellence, but a promise to students, to families, and to our profession.
Good morning. My name's Hannah. I am a first grade teacher at Lake Havasu Unified School District. And I was encouraged to pursue national board certification from my mentor and my partner teacher when I started teaching at LHUSD in 2021. I was in my third year of teaching and finally felt like I was making it out of survival mode that you are in when you're a new teacher. I wanted to continue learning about how I could be the best teacher for my students every year, and I was interested in how reflective this process is. This process is an extreme amount of work, but it was going to be meaningful work, purposeful work, and it could directly apply to what I was doing in the classroom every day. I remember realizing during those pre-candidacy meetings that I was doing a lot of good for my students, my school, and my community already, but that I could push myself to do even better and be even better. The certification process makes you think deeply about your decisions, analyze strengths and weaknesses in your practice, and evaluate effectiveness not only in the classroom, but also with caregivers and with the community. During my certification process, I changed grade levels. I went up to fourth grade and then back down to my happy place in first grade. And although the students and the standards changed, my goal of continuing to learn to be the best I could be for kids did not change. I'm thankful for all of the support from my coworkers, my mentors, and the school district that they have offered me on my journey to become a national board certified teacher. And I am definitely a better educator today because of them and their support and national board. Thank you.
Thank you both, Christy and Hannah, for your lovely experiences and perspectives on your journey towards board certification. Before sharing Arizona's national board landscape, I want to pause to recognize Dr. Kathleen Webke, MBCT, who passed in December. Dr. Webke was Arizona's first national board certified teacher, certifying in 1996. She served as a foundational leader in building the national board community across the state of Arizona and across the nation. Kathy was tireless in her belief that teachers deserve rigorous, meaningful professional learning and the same level of respect afforded to professionals in any field. Her legacy lives on in the strength and culture of excellence reflected today in Arizona's schools and across the nation. So on the screen, you'll see some numbers reflecting a very strong, growing community of accomplished educators across Arizona. I would be remiss to share that many of these MBCTs receive support from the Arizona K-12 Center of Northern Arizona University, the Arizona Education Association, or through local supports provided by their school districts. So we have over a total of 1,900, nearly 2,000 Arizona educators who have achieved certification. We have 69 first-time NBCTs this year, and we had 68 NBCTs maintain their certification this past year in December of 2025. So the names on the screen that you'll see may appear small, but their impact is not. You'll see 69 names of those 2025 Arizona MBCTs here on this slide. And on the next slide, this slide, you'll see 68 names of Arizona MBCTs who maintained their certification this year. They just found out this news in December of 2025. And again, this week kicks off Team MBCT Week. So I encourage you to review the list. I also encourage members to go onto our website, www.nbpts.org. And if you're interested, you can do a search of Arizona or all NBCTs, but file and filter through Arizona. And you can also look at the number of NBCTs by name and their certificate areas in our directory. So I encourage you to do that. I wanted to thank you for your time, for your opportunity to share this informational update, to honor Dr. Webke, and to share some perspectives from Arizona MBCTs. And I welcome any questions that you may have for myself or also for our Arizona MBC experts.
Great. Any questions for members of the board? Dr. Hightower.
More than a question, it's a comment. Thank you for leading this work and congratulations on achieving national board certification. I'm a huge believer in the work and in the success, and I think it would behoove our state to be supportive of educators that want to achieve national board certification from the first interest all the way through, and then also post achievement of this great recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hartower. And I couldn't agree more.
Great. I had a quick question. It was wonderful to hear the presentations we just heard. I did wonder, how do most individuals hear about national board certification, and then why do they ultimately choose it? We heard from one that said that a mentor suggested it to her, but how do most individuals learn about the program and opportunity?
That's a great question. Thank you very much, President Haley. So I heard about national board certification from my principal, and he said, "Hey, you're doing all of this professional development. Have you thought about national board?" And I started to dive into what does that mean for me and for my students. And I thought, this is an actual professional development that will impact my career, not just tomorrow or 2 weeks down the road. So I was very lucky to have a national board certified teacher president who encouraged me. I think we have opportunities to hear from our colleagues who can shoulder tap us and say, "Hey, have you considered this? This is something for you and for all teachers." And then we also have opportunities to hear about it from our school districts. Superintendents play a role, and then also state leaders and organizations similar to the Arizona K-12 Center. Anything else you'd add? Okay.
That's great. So in some ways, more word of mouth. I mean, do you also do like advertising and other ways?
Yes.
Where individuals like, oh, I was searching how to be a better educator, and then up pops national board certification, or no?
No, this is another great question. We do advertise, we do present at conferences, share information, share communication channels through our state partners, through the state departments, and through superintendents and principal organizations as well. But we're always looking for opportunities to share more and bring more highly effective teachers to all classrooms.
And then two last questions. It's one, what is the cost? And then two, do you track the impact your educators have over time on the students that they're able to serve?
Good questions. So the total cost of the certification is $1,900. And so that covers the cost of each of the components. A teacher can pay for a component by component, but many districts, many states offer stipends or pay for fees on behalf of teachers to defray the cost to individual teachers. And lots of states offer that benefit and those opportunities, which are taken. Arizona offers a lot of opportunities, but it's one of the states where there isn't a statewide incentive that could be provided. We see that in other states where those opportunities do bring more teachers to the certification process. And then we have data on impact, and we're currently undergoing 2 large research studies that are focused, one in Maryland and also one in the state of California, where they both have significant statewide investments in board certification in order to make positive impacts on student learning, student outcomes, and community growth and opportunities.
That's great. When those results come out, will you please send them to Executive Director Ross?
I would love to.
Great. Thank you. Thanks. Any other questions from members of the board? Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for traveling from Lake Havasu. That's a long drive. Thank you.
Thank you again.
All right. Since I got it wrong the last several times, I feel like I should just switch it up and say Deputy Director Duplanty. But we're on item 5D, as in David. So Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. The school safety program is a $82 million grant that is overseen by the Department of Education. It's on a 3-year grant cycle. And we have Mike Kurtenbach from the department here with us today to present to the board. This is a voting item to request the board to open the application process so that the department can solicit applications. Mike?
Do you want my presentation?
Oh, she's pulling it up right now. Sorry.
While the presentation is coming up, good morning, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members. As you heard from Executive Director Ross, my name is Mike Kurtenbach. I have the honor of serving as the Director of School Safety at the Arizona Department of Education, a position that Superintendent Horn has entrusted me with for the last 3 years. Immediately prior to this position, I spent just under 33 years with the Phoenix Police Department, so you have some context. What I'm going to talk to you about today, as you see in this screen, is the school safety program. And more specifically, I'm going to talk about the FY27 application process and provide information. I know there's a lot of information that was provided to you ahead of time. I will go into great detail and welcome the opportunity to answer any questions that come up. The school safety program, governed by ARS 15154, was established in 1994 in the Department of Education to support, promote, and enhance safe and effective learning environments for all students in our state. And it does that by funding specific positions. And I'll go over those positions here momentarily. The program has grown tremendously. To provide context, in 2018, the program was a $12 million program. It funded 113 positions in 128 schools. As you see here, as I stand today, we're in 1,155 awarded sites with 1,086 awarded positions. We had one position in La Paz. We lost that position. Otherwise, we'd be 15 out of 15. We will get there this next cycle. Some of the numbers, I was asked to provide numbers, again, for context. So to see the growth of the program, we have 244 SROs that are funded. We also, at last count, have 269 SSOs, or school safety officers, that fill the void where school resource officers are not available. And I'll go into more detail about what those positions are in just a moment. We used to have many more juvenile probation officers in the program than the 3 that we have now. Unfortunately, that is what we have. And you see that SSO note. We've trained over 1,200 officers statewide to serve in schools. And here's what I recognize as a law enforcement professional. Not everyone is equipped to work in a school environment. It is a very unique environment. So Dr. Kathy Johnson and her team, she is my training cadre director. They ensure that we equip our officers with the tools they need to be successful in that school environment. Additionally, other programs that are funded through the school safety program are school counselors and social workers. You can see we have 629 that are funded as of today. You see the breakdown between counselors and social workers and the vacancies that we have. This doesn't come as a surprise to the board, but we struggle to fill those positions statewide quite frequently. The cohort data as we sit here today. I mentioned how this program has grown. $12 million in 2018. It was $32 million in 2020, $82 million in 2023. I stood before you a little over a year ago asking permission to use funds that had reverted back to the program to release them so we could fill additional positions. You granted me that authority to do so, which is why as we sit here today, it's a $127 million program funding those 1,155 sites that I mentioned earlier. Additionally, and I have it on the slide, I think it's important, there are 47 LEAs throughout the state, largely small and rural, that are funded under the Stronger Connections grant. Those sites receive school safety officers as well. That grant is set to expire 9/30 of 26. So growth is a good thing. Finding the requisite funding to support that growth is a challenge. So the new cohort application is scheduled ideally to open up this Sunday, February 1st. By statute, it must close April 15th of the year. The grant is awarded in 3-year cycles, hence my being here today, because this current cycle will end June 30 of this year, and the new cycle will begin July 1 of 2026. You see the positions that are funded. This is what has changed. In 2018, it was just school resource officers and juvenile probation officers. In 2019, the legislature changed the law to add school counselors and social workers. Last year, House Bill 2074 made additional changes to 15154 to now codify school safety officers into law, quite frankly, because there aren't enough officers. I'll use the agency that I retired from, Phoenix, as an example. Phoenix at its peak had 3,384 sworn officers, just sworn. It sits about 2451 as of last week. That is not unique. In terms of scale, it's unique because Phoenix being the largest agency in the state, but that is not a unique problem throughout the state. Hence the need for the school safety officers. And the other one that's on there is retired officers. As I was testifying this at the legislature, I said retirees like me, but not me. And what I mean by that is hopefully I present as somebody who still has a lot left to give, that has knowledge, skills, wisdom, and ability to work in the schools. And I will tell you, there are many that are similarly situated like me that have that desire. And I think with the proper training, they can provide tremendous service. The application process, again, this is a lot, so I just want to go over it. So we provide tremendous training. My team, we were up in Flagstaff on January 13th, providing training for Northern Arizona. We were down in Tucson last week. This Wednesday, we'll provide training here in the Phoenix metro area around this application process. We also have 2 webinars that are scheduled to allow applicants to apply for these positions: SRO, SSO, JPO, school counselor, or school social worker. I'll go over the proposed criteria for your consideration here momentarily, but there is a matrix by which we score these funds. And then you can imagine, as I talked about, the number of schools that are funded now, the 1,155 sites. I will say there were requests for 361 counselors and social workers this last cycle that could not be funded because there simply was not enough money. Therefore, the need to provide those cut scores. So the application process here is enumerated in 15.154 again. So you see what is specific to the positions SRO, JPO, and SSO is there needs to be language around the law-related education implementation plan. We don't claim that our officers are teachers, but we work with the Arizona Bar Foundation to equip them with lessons and with skills to go work in that school environment. I think that really breaks down barriers between uniformed law enforcement and the community they're entrusted to serve by having them in the classroom with the kids. They're not in the classroom solo, to be very clear. They're in there with a certified teacher. And then how these officers are going to be used. You can see the criteria for the counselors and the social workers as well. And then on the bottom, what comes right out of the statute, crime data to assess the need for the SRO, and academic, social, and emotional data to assess the need for the school counselor and the social workers. So here is the scoring criteria proposal. This is the same proposal that you approved for the current cycle with one exception. You'll see at the very top, there is 0 to 1 points, 1 point being allotted for a site-based emergency operations plan. Let me explain the why. In 2024, the Auditor General conducted a statewide audit of emergency operations plans. 15341A31 requires that each school site in the state of Arizona have an individual site plan. Unfortunately, what that audit highlighted, out of 47 schools that were audited, there are 30 minimum standards that go into that plan that are jointly developed by my team and the Department of Emergency and Military Affairs. The highest score out of 30 was 17. As I testified before JLAC, House and Senate Education Committees, it was clear we needed to do more than allow our schools respectfully to just attest that they had it and to work with them. So to ensure that school safety program funds are properly allocated, in addition to other recommendations that I agreed to, there's a requirement that they submit this plan. Now, there is a security sensitive data that's included in emergency operations plans. So we have a secure server that those get loaded into that is encrypted to ensure that those then aren't forward facing and they aren't subject to public records release. I believe the law is pretty clear on it, but we wanted to ensure that there wasn't an opportunity to hack into that information. Where did that point come from? That point came from the next item below, the current grantee compliance with training, that it was 3 points before, now it's 0 to 2. I'm going to talk about training here in just a minute, the type of training that we do, because I personally believe that training is critically important for the overall success of the program. And then you can see the other criteria. And just to reiterate, it's the same as it was under the current cycle that was approved by the board. So training. Each position has an annual training requirement, as you see here, from the district administrator, the site administrator, and all the awarded positions, and the law enforcement agency supervisor. We want to ensure that everyone who touches this program understands the nature and the expectations of the program. Some of the specific training, and some of this changed through this last legislative cycle, as I alluded to House Bill 2074, to ensure that those officers that work in that school environment are properly equipped with the tools that they need. So specific language in the statute now makes sure that officers have training around FERPA, civil rights, adolescent mental health, and interacting with students with disabilities. And then you could see some of this would be foreign language to officers, and we don't claim that they should be experts on IEPs and 504s and IDEA and the BIPs, but we give them at least information so they have awareness into what these are. And Superintendent Horn said this at the State of Ed last week, and I appreciated that he hit this point. One of the things that I really stress is the importance of all of these awarded positions working together. In an ideal world, if one exists, it would be the officer working with the counselor, the social worker, the school psych, everyone working collaboratively to identify problems, to address them before they manifest. I'm the type of person who believes that I'd rather a crime not occur, something we can't measure, that we put these actual measures in place to ensure that doesn't happen. Additionally, you can see specific training that's for our counselors and our social workers. I think it's important that they also have awareness into school safety and threat mitigation. It's not their area of expertise, but if you notice, we provide training to officers that isn't necessarily their area of expertise, but I want to give them insight into those areas. Each school site, each awarded site is required to develop a school safety program team. This is so beyond the training that we provide, that they have a regular cadence where that team meets to identify the primary focus areas on that campus. It isn't my job or ADE's job to identify what a primary focus area would be on a campus, especially as broad as our state is. We let those experts on those sites identify those areas and then collaboratively develop a plan to address whatever those specific needs are. And then I believe in accountability. And this was also highlighted in the 2025 Auditor General audit of the school safety program. So what gets measured gets done in proper tracking. So this is, I believe you were provided this presentation. These logs have hyperlinks on them. So we have a standard SRO, SSO, JPO log. What we saw was that everyone was tracking things differently. So it's hard to have an apples to apples comparison when you do that. So we created a standardized log. You can imagine there was a little reluctance to embrace this, but I think it is being more effectively embraced now in this school year. Same thing for our counselors and social workers. So they document what they're doing. We do surveys, as you see here, 2 surveys a year. We partner with Arizona State University on the administration of those surveys. And then also, according to statute in 154, ASU completes an annual study on the efficacy of the program that is provided to the governor, the Speaker of the House, the Secretary of State, and the Senate President as well. It isn't us doing it, it's an outside entity that's doing it as well. And then each position must have an evaluation, just like most of us who are working have regular, if not annual, evaluations. As I said, I covered a lot of ground. I wanted to be mindful of your time by welcoming the opportunity to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Do we have any questions? Member Haney.
Thank you, Mike. I have probably a very dumb question, but what's the difference between an SRO and a JPO? Is it certification? Is it experience?
It's President Haley, Superintendent Horn, member. It's not a dumb question at all. So if you think of an SRO is a fully certified peace officer in the state of Arizona, a cop, colloquially.
Right.
A JPO is a juvenile probation officer certified separately by the individual counties. Many of them are certified to carry firearms, but really their skill set and their training is limited relative to what a full authority officer is, but specific and very important. What we've seen in right here as we stand in Maricopa County is this move away. And I think, and far be it from me to speak for the chiefs, because each probation office has their own chief, but I've talked to many of them. It becomes a staffing issue. And then I think, quite frankly, there's a little bit of a liability issue, as we've had, sadly, fortunately not in this state, but more violence on school campuses, having a JPOs there, most of whom, or many of whom are armed now. Do they have the reps? Sometimes law enforcement even struggles with those reps to engage if they had to. Hence the program, which used to be very large, has shrunk. I feel blessed. My training director, Dr. Kathy Johnson, was a JPO in Maricopa County. She went and got her master's. She got her doctorate, and now I stole her. I think a cop can say that, at least in this context. I stole her to lead this training team. because she has insight that many of us don't have. But that's the difference between a JPO and an SRO. And then the SSO, if I may at least clarify
Yeah,
that.
please. Yeah,
I see
thank
you
you.
nodding, Member Haney, so thank you for that. So I talked about the shortage. There just not being enough officers. So one of the things, and I'll be very candid, that I asked Dr. Johnson to do is she developed a training curriculum. I said, I want you to develop training that keeps cops out of trouble. And just to explain, I spent 17 years of my career very operational in South Phoenix and in Maryville. I worked with some amazing police officers who, if things were going south, so to speak, that's who I would want on my shoulder. Not necessarily, that doesn't translate to the school environment. So that's what I meant by keep them out of trouble. So you saw in one of the slides that Dr. Johnson, from July to October of this year, roughly July 15th to October 15th, she and her training team trained over 1,200 officers statewide on how to operate in that environment. That's what I refer to as that force multiplier in the schools. Do I want an SRO on every campus that would like one? Of course I do. Dr. Clay, I think, is still mad at me because a couple of years ago, I stole her SRO. There it is again. And I brought him onto my team. But that's how she and I first met, when I went down to NACO to see the challenges that they have, so I could understand and I could better serve her. There just aren't enough officers.
Right, right.
So that's how we train now school safety officers to go work in that environment. And there was that last piece, the retiree. You're seeing some agencies like Phoenix PD now, who is bringing retirees like myself into the fold just for the purpose of working in a school environment.
Thank you.
Thank you. And on that note, Dr. Clay has her hand up.
Just for the record, you're still not forgiven.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want some sort of compensation for what you did. I'm still waiting. My question is about the SSOs. What challenges have you heard from the superintendents about SSO? There are a couple of them, but I just want to know, has any of those reached your ear? What challenges do we have when we in the SSO program?
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, Dr. Clay, you're actually being kind to me, so thank you. It's an imperfect program. As you heard me say just a couple of minutes ago, I would love to have that dedicated officer on every campus. So that officer gets to know the staff, really gets to know the students. This may sound simple, but for the educators, I think you'll appreciate this. And from a law enforcement perspective, to be there at ingress and egress, high five the kids, get to know the families that are dropping off the kids, and really become part of the fabric of that school environment. So since I can't do that, and I mentioned that we actually have more SSO sites throughout the state than we have SRO sites, then it's getting those officers. Now, I will say, being very candid, you'll always get full candor from me, as Dr. Clay knows, it is a well-paying job. I did that purposefully, and it didn't sit well with chiefs and sheriffs that were friends of mine, because then they say, well, they struggle to fill other off-duty jobs. But I say, if we're going to get in a discussion about a moral high ground where it's more important to have officers, I'm going to default to having officers on a campus. So in Maricopa County, where we have over 60% of our SSO schools, not surprising, as we have a large percentage of the population here, it's not as hard to fill the schools. The challenge is filling them with the right officers. So what I've done is empowered those district and site administrators. I have spoken to as many as I can, and I've sung this from the rooftops, of they get a say in that officer who's on their campus. If Officer Kurtenbach comes onto the campus and puts his boots up on a desk and sits in a room that you've been gracious enough to provide me and doesn't engage, maybe Officer Kurtenbach isn't suited to work in that environment. So that empowerment of empowering the schools to make sure that we have the right officers, because it's not that one-for-one relationship, and this is assuming you have a good SRO. I'm always the optimist. You don't necessarily have that level of connectivity, but here's what I have heard. What I have heard is that, Officer Mike is here on Mondays, and we look forward to Officer Mike because he's really into sports, and they break down whatever sporting events happened over the weekend. And Officer John is here on Tuesdays, and Officer Amy is here on Wednesdays. As somebody who worked a lot of off-duty when my children were young, they're in their 30s now, I don't know how that happened. I know that I worked regular jobs. Officers find a job, they want to work that job, and I was hopeful, and we're seeing it translate, that officers, once they got a taste of working in a school environment, that they would want to continue to work in that environment and work in those schools that they've made a connection with. So on the positive side, we are seeing that. Now, it's a challenge. If you look at it this way, that I have, for simple math, I'll do this. It's more, but 250 schools. Let's assume that they all have 5 days a week. Not all do, but just for illustrative purposes. Now you're talking about 1,250 shifts that have to be filled every week. So that's why we contracted with a third-party vendor to ensure that we can actually fill those slots. I think, and Dr. Clay, you would agree, certainly down in Cochise, there were a lot of growing pains. We still have some growing pains with the program, but what we baked into the contract was a 90% fill rate statewide, and we are at that fill rate. Is that perfect? No, but I will say absent these officers, that's over 260 schools that wouldn't have an officer at all.
Dr. Hightower.
I have a comment. I just wanted to thank you for your proactive and supportive leadership. It's really noticed in the schools, and in the last couple of school systems that I've served, the safety resource or the safety grant, it's highly rated on both the counselors, social workers, and particularly the safety resource officers. When those surveys go out and the students, the educators, families fill it out, it's highly, highly rated. And so we're very grateful for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hightower.
Member Kravickas.
Hi, Mike. Thank you for coming. I just have a comment. I want to thank Superintendent Horn and his staff for supporting the amendment to 2074 that would require training to identify and work with students with disabilities. There's a really scary correlation between school discipline and student with disabilities. So we're really grateful. And Mike, thank you so much for your leadership and working with the advocates to get the training up and running. And so same with the emergency operation plan. You saw the results that I saw. There were some really scary findings in the audits there too for students with disabilities. So thank you so much for your help with this.
Thank you, Member Kravickas.
Any other questions or comments?
I have one.
Dr. Clay.
Just one more thing. I'm sorry, I was writing notes as you were talking. I've talked to a couple of people, including some of the long safety personnel in Cochise County. As you know, we have extremely close relationships, talking about this. And one of the things that we might need to look at is specific guidelines of what the district soup is supposed to be doing and the officer. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is sometimes our amazing officers, sometimes they can be a little intimidating, to tell, what to do, et cetera, et cetera. And I believe that there are times, and I've talked to some people about this, they're wonderful. But are there any guidelines to say that this person is your boss and you will basically do what this person say do? Is that fuzzy, or is that really, clear and concise? And that's just something I just need you to look at, because I'm hearing a couple of things over and over again. Not anything negative, but something we may have to fine tune. That's all.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, Dr. Clay, we strive to make sure that line is very clear in our trainings.
Okay.
As we have our trainings with our district and site administrators and our officers. But your point is well taken. Officers are used to being in charge of whatever situation they're in. And this is
They're amazing.
This is part of that evolution of the program that I'm doing my best to address. But we will continue to work on that.
Thank you so much. Nothing bad on the educators or the law enforcement. It's just, think about a tree being grafted. Okay, this is a new, beautiful plant, right? And they're being grafted into each other. And they're doing this dance, and they're trying to find a sweet spot in this dance. So I'm not saying there's anything wrong, but I'm just saying that, you have different personalities.
And we have to continue to watch those on both sides so that we can find that sweet spot and that we continue to evolve because we are growing, we are doing excellent. I just want to put a little bit of fertilizer, and a little bit of water on that plant to make it grow even stronger. But thank you.
I love your way with words, Dr. Clay.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Okay, well, this is an opportunity for us to approve the Arizona Department of Education process, criteria, and administrative budget for the school safety program. Do we have? I think it's on. It's green. Do I have a motion to accept this process, criteria, and administrative budget for the school safety program as outlined?
So moved.
Dr. Hightower makes a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll give it to Dr. Clay. Second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you so much for your presentation and answer to our questions. Thanks. Okay, we'll move to item 5E, and then I'll suggest after this, we'll take a quick 5-minute break for restrooms after we go through 5E. Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Excited to have item 5E up next. As you all know, we are in the process of working towards the procurement of the next statewide assessments for math, English, language arts, and science. The process thus far has been largely feedback driven, having statewide surveys in order to gather feedback from key stakeholders, from folks all across the communities of the state, be it practitioners, parents, kids, families, everyone. And with us today is Bethany Spangenberg from the department. She's a Deputy Associate Superintendent of Assessment, and our own Jessica Mueller. They're going to talk about the sort of executive summary of the data from the last statewide survey, which will help shape the RFP process moving forward. Jessica?
Thank you so much, Executive Director Ross, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. My name is Jessica Mueller, your Policy and Research Administrator for the State Board of Education. Thank you for having me back here to go over our more statewide survey. Next slide here. So we're going to start over just why are we going through this RFP process? What is our timeline? And where is that going to end? What we've heard from the first survey, which was targeted, and then the broader survey that was more representative of the wider education community across Arizona. We have a few common factors that we've identified, particularly for grades 3 through 8 assessment, being the aligned formative and/or benchmark or interim assessment, adaptive type of assessment, and more detailed reporting. So the purpose is that the State Board of Education is delegated with the adoption of our statewide summative assessments in ELA, reading and writing, math, science, and social studies. The contracts for the ELA, math, and science assessments across all of the grade levels, grades 3 through 12, will expire with the spring 2027 administrations. And so this does include the high school assessment, which is required by statute to be a nationally recognized college entrance exam. So where we've been is that we started out with this process in August 2025. Bethany Spangenberg, Deputy Associate of Assessment, Associate Superintendent of Assessment, presented some information as well regarding different characteristics of assessments and information that we included in that survey. We conducted this broader statewide survey in November 2025. We received over 3,000 responses to that survey. At this time, where we're at currently is to review those survey results in this meeting in January. And then we'll be going to the board, having the opportunity to review the scope of work that is drafted by the Department of Education and approve that. And that does begin another public comment period, which is required by statute. So we're not stopping here with our stakeholder engagement. We're just, starting that process and continuing it. The assessment bins review will continue into the spring and summer of 2026. That process is typically 2 to 3 months after all of the bids are received. And then we're looking at hopefully an awarding of the contract by the end of this school year or before the next school year begins, which puts us with plenty of time prior to implementation in the spring 2028. So as I said, we received about 3,000 responses from our education professionals and about 300 from community members, which can include parents, students, and anybody else who might not be working in a school or being served in a school at this time. We have about most of our engagement from classroom teachers and educators. We're very happy about that because these are the people who are using those assessment reports, who are teaching these standards, and we think that's very important. Some of the common factors that really came across both surveys, with that targeted being board members, county superintendents, some of our ABC stakeholder groups, and the second survey is the aligned formative and/or interim benchmark tool, and that different districts and LEAs are using different tools that might not correspond to what they might expect from the statewide summative assessment, and that doesn't really help them target instruction and learning. The second is an adaptive assessment option. This could be stage adaptive, where the test has 2 or 3 possible forms, and the student can move to different forms based on their initial responses, or the computer adaptive design, which is built to be a fully online exam, where the response to each question is tailoring the subsequent questions by an algorithm for the student. This one does, of course, have some concerns with validity, connectivity, and a large item bank requirement. For finer grain reporting, we heard in a public comment today that there is a desire for cluster level detail on each of our statewide clusters rather than having that suppression across different. We do know that this requires more items to be on the test, however. Typical minimum reliability standards for a cluster are about 10 items. But there is this interest in this cluster level or even standard level reporting. This might not be in the summative assessment. This could be something that is in the interim or the formative piece of the RFP as well. We currently are assessing in grades 3 through 8 science in a grade band approach. This is pretty common across the United States as well. Right now, that is grades 3 through 5 are being tested in grade 5, and then 6 through 8 and 8 and so on. We asked a question regarding whether we should retain this grade band approach or we should go to specific grades, being that maybe grade 5 is only tested, maybe grade 8 is only tested, or to revisit an annual requirement for science assessment. Additionally, at the high school level, there are 2 statewide assessments that students are taking in grade 11 at the moment. That is AZ-Sci, our own state-owned test for science, and then there is the ACT science test. So what we learned from our community members, this is a smaller group of about 300, is that the parents and students and other community members really do want detailed reporting. And we hear this from feedback from parents as well, that they would just like to know what they can talk to their teachers about with their students, what kind of tutoring and other supports that they can get to their students based on their understanding of standards or clusters. Community members are also interested in exploring the adaptive assessment model or a through-year assessment model. And then they supported the testing of science across each grade level. And I think that is consistent with the first response, just wanting more detailed information at each grade level about students and their performance on ELA, math, and science. So for our education professionals, which was our much broader response of individuals, we will start with the adaptive assessment. There was interest in exploring what a computer adaptive assessment could look like in Arizona. This is consistent with some tools that districts and LEAs are using, like the Smarter Balanced Assessment being a computer adaptive assessment. And so I think there's familiarity for some teachers about that type of assessment. And then there's 59% in support of a stage adaptive assessment, which is something that our current MSAA test for our alternate assessment for students with severe cognitive disabilities. When we have spoken with other states in implementation, we had thought that the computer adaptive assessment would help us get to standards level reporting with fewer items and kind of maintaining a similar test time. What we learned is that this might not be the case and that the reporting is still something that's in need of valuation with the tools that they're using for computer adaptive.
Jessica, I'm just going to interject for just a moment. President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, just a couple more things about that. We spoke to Florida in particular, who's been using a stage adaptive assessment for the past three to 4 years. And they were not able to drill down to the standard level, but they do get too close to the cluster level, which is a level down from where we get. It's the level that those Susie Mast, who for the Arizona Association of Teachers of Mathematics, who spoke and called to the public today, that's the level she was referring to. And then just a quick reminder, the stage adaptive assessment is the one that does not have to, the students don't have to be online to take it. They can take it offline and then the scores can be uploaded versus computer adaptive where a student does have to be online. And we did get some feedback about that, particularly from rural schools where the preference was a student not be online, have to be online to take the test.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Ross. And then, so moving on to the interim or benchmark being aligned to the summative assessment, there's large support for that. That's a need and something that across the field is desired. There is interest in understanding what a 3-year model could look like in Arizona. This does look different everywhere. Sometimes the test could be that each time the test is administered throughout the entire school year, they're testing every single standard. Sometimes it could just be a group or a domain or cluster of specific standards that might have corresponded to instruction. One of the things that we learned in our conversations with other states with that is that there's people mobility concerns, particularly with Arizona having more of that at play that could, lead to a lot of missing scores and missing results for specific students. And those might be our students that are more in need. With reporting detail, we do know that people want tests to be shorter. People want tests to have fewer test items. This is something that, we can balance out perhaps the reporting detail by getting more information throughout the school year on the interim or formative pieces to the assessment rather than at the summative level. So this is something that we would love to talk more about. From these educator professionals is really tight here with the approach to take for grades 3 through 8 science assessment. 34% thought that specific grade level testing would be ideal, and then 32% thought that every grade level should be tested for science. And we also added the question here on a separate 3rd grade reading assessment. Right now, the 3rd grade ELA test has a not met and met requirement for our move on when reading score. And so that is just one tool that pulls from several items on the grade 3 reading. However, there could be a potential for a separate, more focused and targeted 3rd grade reading test for those purposes. At 9-12, one of the few questions that we did want to ask, just because we are restricted into that nationally recognized college entrance exam, is whether we should be using that science tool in that exam, or if we should maintain our own separate Arizona-owned grade 11 science exam. This one is pretty divided here, 51 to 49% coin flip on the response. We do know that there may be cost considerations at play when it comes to maintaining both assessments, as ACT has changed the implementation of science administration. We have that through our current contract, but the next contract may appear differently. So these are just some of the other comments that were made within our open-ended, which you have 99 pages of in your attachments for your board meeting materials. Sorry, but they were fantastic to read for me, and I'm sure that a lot of you got some great ideas and good questions from it too. So the questions were, what is our purpose for our assessment, and really identifying and envisioning a new test administration system that is representative of our goals. Continuing our broader and transparent stakeholder input. So if there are specific areas that you identify questions on, we will go into our survey results and contact those people who have the expertise in those specific areas and work with them about those questions too. And as we've been doing, continuing to benchmark our approach on what other states have been doing and learning from their testing considerations. So these are a few more of the decision points that could be made. What are those other stakeholder voices that you would like us to include? What are the statewide goals for our summative assessment and broader assessment system? Our measurement point would be, do we pursue the adaptive assessment, doing a computer adaptive or a staged? or do we continue with the fixed form that we have right now with AASA? Another thing is evaluating the end of the year window or 3-year window. Some states are implementing their testing windows as within the last 10 days of the school year for each school. So that's something that's a little bit later in our school year that can be explored as well within this process too. We have to define what we want the aligned formative and benchmark system to do and what it means and how those results will be reported, because it should be timely if we're going to be doing something like that. And then reporting, having the minimum expectation for cluster level detail, and then desire for standard level reporting if it's available. Specifically, the decision points on content areas are science, the 3rd grade reading assessment, and the use of a pre-assessment in grades 9 through 12, where right now we have grade 9 with ACT Aspire, and we know that other states may be contracted with pre-ACT at different grade levels as well across grades 8 through 10. So the next steps are going to be to continue drafting the RFP with the department and board and narrowing in on specific areas that we need continued stakeholder input. We are reporting and meeting collaboratively with ABC groups continuing through this time, and then presenting an RFP for the board to review and potentially a vote for approval in February or March of this year. This time, do you have any questions?
Do we have questions from members of the board? Kravickas and then Hightower.
I thank you. And I apologize in advance because I believe I've asked this question, but I'm still struggling with the answer because I'm not as familiar with like the domain cluster standard level hierarchy. When I think about the adaptive tests, is there a way, and I know the answer has to do with how many questions, so we have to be sensitive to the test length. I get that. Where we could actually see what grade level they're at. So like, let's say they're taking that 3rd grade ELA, because there's a big difference between a student who's right there and a student who's reading at the kindergarten level. How can we start getting at that, especially if we're going to think about formative and more benchmark testing? I'm guessing we may have more opportunities there at the reporting level to see that. Does that question make sense?
Yes, it does. So right now, it's really just at that grade level. So it's not going to report, whether they had mastered anything at grade 2, for example, or previous grade level, because the standards are specific to that content for that grade level. I'm going to see if Bethany has anything to add to that answer, and if there is something where we can report it differently and use the results that we're receiving differently.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, and Member Kravickas, I can add a little bit that federally we are required to test on grade level. So our summative assessment is designed that way. Any assessment program that brings an off level, those just wouldn't count for the student's grade. So summative score. So then we would, we're balancing how many test items we're giving to a student. That is definitely something that we could explore through a formative or interim assessment model.
Thank you. I forgot about the grade level at the federal level, but I would really love to think about that formative level. I think that's just really great information for parents as well. It's one thing to tell your child that they're not reading at a 3rd grade level. It's another thing to tell your child that they're reading at a 1st grade level or whatever it is.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a comment and then I do have a question. So thank you again for all your work and the presentation and for allowing all the stakeholders to take the survey. That's pretty helpful. And particularly, I really appreciated the perspective of the educators when they're talking about what the purpose of the assessment should be. So thank you for that. My question is, as our legislative season has begun, if our state legislature decides that they really want to measure the progress of all students in every type of school choice model, what would be the implications for the department and for the State Board of Ed?
Jessica, I'll field this. Dr. President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Dr. Hightower, as of yet, that is not a paradigm in which we're operating. So the statewide contract is sort of framed within current state law. Current state law would be that it would assess all public charter, public district students in grades 3-8, and then 9 and 11, maybe 10 and 11, depending on the feedback we get. But as of right now, it hasn't been a factor in our decision making because it's not there's nothing set in law at this point.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the board? Okay. With that, thank you so much, Jessica. We appreciate it. We're going to take a 5-minute break. So we'll reconvene at 12:40, and that'll be a hard start. Thanks. Okay, I think we'll get ready.
I'm good.
Great, awesome. Well, thanks again for all the prior presentations. And now we're going to move on to item 5F and Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. This is a quick item, somewhat familiar to the board. Just to reset, the board is currently undertaking a revision of and refinement of the A through F technical, A through F school letter grade system. That system is built on a few key components. The board holds study sessions, virtual study sessions, which are open, can be viewed on our YouTube channel and are archived on our YouTube channel, where the board has a chance to learn more about the indicators that make up the overall summative system. And thank you to Sean Smith and Toby Butler from ADE for all the work they do, and Jessica from our team. We have held thus far 3 study sessions, 2 for growth and proficiency and 1 for English language learners. Following the study sessions, board staff takes feedback from the board, turns those into prompts that we bring to board meetings. You all vote, and if you so choose, you vote to send those prompts to our technical advisory committees to investigate. They investigate, they will make recommendations, which will eventually come back to the board for a potential vote to be implemented into the system. Where we are right now is again, we've held those 3 study sessions. The technical advisory committees are hard at work on proficiency and growth, and in fact, may have a recommendation for the board as quickly as the next meeting on proficiency or the meeting after. But for today, after the study session on English language learners, board staff put together 3 prompts, which we sent to the board to review. And it's a voting item where you are voting whether or not to send those 3 prompts to the tax to be investigated. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions from members of the board?
Just a comment.
Sure.
That I'm really glad that keeping that ELL indicator is being considered. As a former English learner, I know it's very important to continue measuring that growth and the proficiency. So thank you for that.
So since this is the appeals, so what, right?
No,
Right,
that's the next item. This is the item to send the prompts to the tax to review.
Sorry. Yes. Today I'm just one step ahead, I think. Okay, so then may I ask, do I have a motion that the board direct the A through F Technical Advisory Committee to investigate, model, and make recommendations to the board on the potential revisions to the English language learner indicator of the A through F summative letter grade system as presented?
So moved.
Dr. Hightower makes a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I will give it to Dr. Hagerman, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Great. The motion carries. Thank you so much. So now we're going to the next one. This is now item 5G. This is a presentation, discussion, possible actions regarding the A through F accountability appeals. Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. As is part of the normal A through F school accountability process each year, letter grades are released by the board typically in the last week in October. Schools then have until November 15th, this year it was November 17th because the 15th was a Saturday, to submit appeals. The work for the appeals come in, Jessica from our team, along with Sean and Toby from ADE, work with those schools to sort of refine their appeals. And then the appeals are brought forward to the boards. A through F Appeal Committee, which this year, and huge thanks to these board members, consisted of Dr. Hagerman, Jason Katniss, and Dr. Clay. That committee has reviewed the first batch of appeals, and the board is asked today to vote to uphold their recommendations. That committee will be meeting a second time in the very near future to review the second batch of appeals, and the same process will occur. So any questions? Jessica and I are here to help.
Any questions from members of the board? With that, I just want to say, Dr. Hagerman, Dr. Clay, and Member Katniss, thank you for your service and spending the time over the last few weeks going through that. And also many thanks to ADE and State Board staff to make that happen. So being that there are no questions, do I have a motion that the board approve the A through F Appeals Committee recommendations, rationales, and conditions as provided?
So moved.
Dr. Hightower. Member Haney, thank you. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. We'll now move on to item 5H. This is a discussion and possible action to close rulemaking on career and technical education teaching certificates. Deputy Director Duplanty.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members, just a reminder that this is, you opened this rule in October as a recommendation was provided from your Certification Advisory Committee, a request from the field. This rule extends the allowable deficiency timeframe for CTE certificates, and then some other technical cleanup and clarity issues in this rule. We had public comment, and now it's before you today to close and adopt the rule.
Are there any questions regarding to item 5H or comments? Seeing there none, may I have do I have a motion that the board adopt the draft of the proposed rules and closed rulemaking procedures for AAC R7-2-612 relating to career and technical education teaching certificates?
So moved.
Dr. Hagerman makes a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Hightower makes a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 5I. This is update on rulemaking procedures for teacher leader endorsement. So Deputy Director Duplanty.
The President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, this is just an update, information item, update item. You opened rule in December from a recommendation from your Certification Advisory Committee to create a teacher leader endorsement. A public hearing was held on January 20th with no public comment received.
Great. Thank you so much for that update. Any questions for Deputy Director Duplanty? Okay, great. Thank you. Moving on to item 5J. This is update on rulemaking procedures regarding the gifted pre-K through 12 endorsements. Deputy Director Duplanty.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, just like the last item, this came from the department through the Certification Advisory Committee. It's on modifications to the gifted endorsement for teaching certificates. We held a public hearing. This is, again, informational. We held a public hearing on January 20th, and there were no public comments received.
Any questions for Deputy Director Duplanty?
I have a quick comment. I think it is a positive shift to continue to elevate the work of the teachers of the gifted. So thank you for that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Moving on to item 5K. This is an update on rulemaking procedures regarding the alternative teaching certificate. And so Deputy Director Duplanty.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, like the last two items, again, this is just an information update item.
This is recommendations crafted from the department, went through your certification advisory committee. You opened rule in December. We held a public hearing for this rulemaking package on January 20th and received no public comment.
Great. Does anybody have any questions for Deputy Director Duplanty?
I do have a question. Given the presentations that we just had, how would this alternative teaching certificate align to what was shared earlier and on what works? Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, this certificate was created almost before my time at the department and prior to 2015 as an teaching intern certificate. The name was changed. This supports that pathway for somebody with a bachelor's that wants to enter the teaching profession and gets a job as well as enrolls at the same time in an educator preparation program. This certificate supports that, allows somebody to be appropriately certified while they're going through the program. This rule change centers around 2016, 2017, it was changed to issue this certificate initially for 2 years, and then they can extend it as they move through their program. Prior to that, it was issued for 1 year, and they may extend it with progress. What the department found is that issuing it for 2 years plus those extensions would make it a possible 4-year certificate, and that violates IDEA. And so it was a shift to get it back in line where it's a 1 year plus 1 year plus 1 year. Most alternative teaching folks complete in 2 years. The exception is going on to a third. But also, the department found that IDEA also requires that somebody in a special education program should have specific supports while they're teaching and learning how to be a teacher at the same time. And this rule language also now requires that.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, moving on to item 5L. This is a presentation and discussion regarding legislative affairs, and the board may take action to oppose, remain neutral, or support specific legislative proposals. So with that, Policy Director Yanez.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Haley, Vice President Hagerman, and members of the board. I'll keep my comments very brief because session has just started on January 12th, so we're about 2 weeks in right now. Our ledge team is reconvened, and Superintendent Horn gave his state of the state. Now that we're 2 weeks in, also, we have the executive budget proposal for FY27, which includes a Prop 123 renewal and some new aid to school districts in the form of one-time expenditures, similar to increases that were provided in the past for FERPA weights and for the let's see. Oh, for the additional assistance. And then the big thing I wanted to highlight to board members is that the early literacy coaches that were included in our strategic plan and our legislative priorities for the session was included in the FY27 budget proposal. I do not have any specific piece of legislation that I want to bring forward today. I'm open to questions from members that would like to take up any other discussion points, but I'll close my comments here.
Thank you so much, Director Yanez. Do we have questions from members of the board? This might be your fastest presentation. Come future meetings, you'll probably have a lot more details to share. So thank you so much. Okay, moving on to item 6. This is the call to the public. This is a time for the public to comment on items listed in the educator discipline section of the agenda. Please note that the Arizona law prohibits the board from discussing or taking legal action on matters raised during the call to the public that are not on the current meeting agenda. Each speaker has 2 minutes to address the board during the 1-hour public comment period. Furthermore, speakers are not allowed to cede their time to another speaker, and personal attacks are not appropriate. With that, Deputy Director Duplanty, have we received any requests to speak?
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, yes, we have. First up will be Kelly Soldati, followed by Kathleen Brantingham, and then followed by Richard Shantz. Kelly?
Good afternoon, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. I'm Assistant AG Kelly Soldati. Today, you're asked to consider adopting the PPAC's discipline recommendation for Ryan Ridenour. The PPAC found that Mr. Ridenour failed to protect students from inappropriate touching by another educator. I urge the board to trust the PPAC and adopt its recommendation. Next, you will hear from Mr. Ridenour's attorney, who is here to ask the board not to trust the PPAC. Among other things, she may claim that Mr. Ridenour's due process rights were violated before and during the hearing. In administrative hearings, due process requires notice, an opportunity to be heard, and a neutral decision maker, all provided to Mr. Ridenour. In addition, state statute and board rules govern the specific procedures of educator discipline hearings. I encourage you to listen closely to Mr. Ridenour's attorney. She cannot argue that any board rules or Arizona statutes were violated here. Instead, they have argued that this board and the entire PPAC are biased against Mr. Ridenour, and that some undefined concept of due process, akin to what may be required in criminal or civil proceedings, has been violated. But we are not in criminal court. Mr. Ridenour has been afforded the same process as every other educator before PPAC, a process that complies with due process, state law, and board rules. Mr. Ridenour has even tested that process, achieving a rehearing before PPAC and appealing a discovery issue to Superior Court, where the judge denied relief and ordered him to follow the process set forth in the board's rules. Throughout this process, the board staff timely provided full exhibits, provided documents sought in public records, and fully complied with Arizona statute protecting confidential documents. Mr. Ridenour's attorney is here attempting to muddy the waters and create alarm and concern that isn't warranted. She is advocating for a paying client. I urge this board to trust the PPAC and follow its recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, next up is Kathleen Brantingham, followed by Richard Shantz. Kathleen?
Got it. I'm Kathleen Brantingham from Udall-Shumway, and I represent educator Ryan Ridenour. I previously served as an assistant attorney general handling hundreds of teacher discipline cases. During my time handling those cases, we sought to protect students, but we also ensured that the due process rights of the educators whose careers were at stake were provided with due process. I uploaded a timely comment styled as a motion to dismiss, which has been done in the past, was done even today. State board staff refused to provide that to you. We believe that you were not allowed to see the 18 pages because it was a devastating indictment of what occurred here. Mr. Ridenour is the victim of a deeply flawed process, which included 2 unfair hearings and now results in an unfair review of the PPAC's recommendations. Please request that you be provided the motion that you have been prevented from seeing before you make a ruling in Mr. Ridenour's case. I have very little time, but some of the reasons for due process. Due process first requires a fair process before an impartial tribunal. We just recently discovered through an article in the newspaper that members of this board had direct and improper written communications about Mr. Ridenour's case with all PPAC members, including the panel which heard Mr. Ridenour's case and before the hearing. The communications were not produced in response to our public records request. The communications show the PPAC and some board members have not provided impartial tribunals. The communications also likely violate open meeting laws. We ask you to dismiss this case for this reason, but at a minimum, request that the members who were part of those communications recuse themselves about anything regarding Mr. Ridenour. In March, this board returned the case for an individual hearing, yet PPAC members who were part of that January consolidated hearing were improperly assigned to the new panel and were not excused until we repeatedly objected. At the new hearing, the attorneys submitted evidence that had nothing to do with Mr. Ridenour, and the PPAC relied on that. That's not a fair proceeding. Due process requires notice of the conduct alleged to be unprofessional. The subsections under which Mr. Ridenour were charged are woefully vague. The
Ms.
attorneys.
Brantingham.
Okay.
Thank
There's
you.
also an appeal that you
Thank you.
authorized today that affects Mr. Ridenour. That appeal should go through before you make any ruling on Mr.
Thank you for
Ridenour.
your
Thank you.
comments.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next up is Richard Chance.
Good afternoon, President Haley, Superintendent Horn, and esteemed members of the board. I'm taking this opportunity to ask to be certified and to be reviewed on the full scope of my professional record. My growth and my demonstrated commitment to students and education in this state over the last 2 years at Queen Creek High School. I've worked and trained rigorously in the training program Aspire to Teach and have had a clear goal of earning this certification. I've shown up every day, prepared, accountable, focusing on serving students, particularly those who need structure, patience, and consistency the most. Prior to Queen Creek, I spent many years working in charter schools, private schools in a variety of roles, as well as 25 years as a professional soccer coach working closely with youth. Education has never been a fallback for me. I believe it's where I belong. There was an incident more than 25 years ago, and I learned a great deal from it at 23 years old then. It forced me to confront a path that I was on to recognize that it would only lead to self-destruction. I made the decision to change courses, and I've done everything that was asked of me. I never lost my rights. I'm not a person I was then, and my actions since that time over decades reflect that growth. While my recently undergoing a heart procedure is only further reinforced my desire to be a teacher. Time, purpose, and service are not guaranteed. While my faith has played a role in my growth, what matters most here is this. I'm an effective teacher. I connect with students and I support schools. I bring experience, discipline, and compassion into the classroom. I respectfully ask that my record, my work, and who I am be recognized, and that I be allowed to continue serving Arizona students as a certified teacher. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, that concludes this call to the public.
Great. Thank you so much, Deputy Director Duplanty. Moving on to item 7. This is the consent agenda for enforcement actions will be taken in a single motion. Are there any items from the consent agenda for the enforcement actions that a board member would like to pull and discuss? Seeing that there are none, I would like to have a single motion to approve items 7A1 through items 7A9, 7B1 through 7B10, and 7C1 and 7C2, 7D1 and 7D2, and 7E1 and 7E2.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Clay, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. We will now move on to item 8. This is the certification enforcement actions general session. Are there any items from the consent agenda for enforcement actions that a board member would like to pull and discuss? Member Hightower, or Dr. Hightower.
President Haley, I need to recuse myself from item 8B10 as I serve for the Risk Retention Trust when some cases were discussed, particularly that AB 10. So thank you.
Great. Do we have any other items to pull? Okay, then I would like to take a single motion for the other items. This would be, do I have a motion to approve items 8A1 through 8A8, 8B1 through 8B10, or 8B9? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Dr. Hightower, do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Hagerman makes a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Regarding item 8B10, do I have a motion to approve item 8B10?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Clay makes a second motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. And then that was an item that Dr. Hightower recused herself. Moving on to item 9. This is an opportunity for a summary of current events, future meetings, and items for future agendas. So Executive Director Ross.
President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, thank you for an effective and efficient meeting. Welcome, Member Haney. We're really excited to have you with us. Our next board meeting is Monday, February 23rd. So there's actually a shorter time between this meeting and the next meeting than is the norm. We're actually about a week short because February is an odd month. And so just to kind of keep that in mind and that it'll be here sooner than later. But thank you, everybody, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. The meeting adjourns at 1:07.